just need to hit record. I'm going to be recording this one, that way in case stream messes up, because YouTube has been unreliable lately. I can just upload it again, trim it down a little. So, Fallout 4 perks. The big question is, right, obviously, you can have all of them. So, like, why would you ever rank them? And I think the main reason for that is because your character build in Fallout 4 actually does matter. Wow! A lot of people don't really understand this, but, like, because of the, like, just because of the fact that you can theoretically have every single perk in Fallout 4 does not make every perk equally good or bad or meaningless to rank. The progression level of perks is essentially, the early game is so easy to level up that no matter how you build your character, you're gonna get to like level 15 or 20 in the first like 10 hours, like no issue. Like multiple levels an hour, right? Then depending on how you built your character, the leveling is gonna slow down, and then it's gonna get real slow. Unless you specifically do like high intelligence idiot savant rank 3 crafting strats, it's gonna slow down. So yeah, you can technically get every perk in the game, sure, but the amount of time it's going to take and the perks you're stuck with when it starts to slow down are essentially your build. So most builds will homogenize because that process doesn't get too slow until about 60 or 70, level 60 or 70. But that doesn't mean that all the perks are still equally good or bad in that time frame. The special stats aren't listed on here as perks, but for the most part, special stats aren't worth raising unless you are trying to get a perk. So I wouldn't really ever raise strength unless you're trying to get like Pain Train. I would never raise luck unless I'm trying to get Idiot Savant. Examples like that. So without further ado, and I actually tried almost every perk and almost every playstyle since the last time I made this tier list, which was like a year and a half ago now, I think. Ooh, that's good. The only perks I haven't tried on a build are, I've tried every luck perk, every agility perk. What perks have I not tried? For transparency's sake, right? Basher? Where's Basher? I haven't tried Basher. Basher is bad. I've never taken Cannibal or Solar Powered. That's about it though. I've taken every other perk. Alright. So without further ado, we need to like have some like loose definition of what a tier is, right? S is like, I'm gonna call it special build. I think an S tier perk is a perk that is so good that you would build your specials at the start to take advantage of it. It would like warp your build. I think that's the most important one. Big Fist, Big Iron, Iron Fist, that's it. Is it a special warping perk? No. Technically, it doesn't matter because of the fact that you can always get this. You literally can't avoid this perk because it's strength 1. But that doesn't mean it's good. Iron Fist is really bad. The only upside to Iron Fist is that you unlock an ability to where all of your critical hits paralyze your opponents. But you get that ability either at level 30 or 40, somewhere around there. And by that point, that's a negligible advantage. If we're talking about melee weapons, or unarmed weapons, power armor is decent in the start, and you do get access to the Furious Power Fist as a guaranteed spawn if you can kill Swan. And Swan is like not that tough. But if you're doing like an unarmed build, yeah, killing Swan is going to be a lot harder. So it's kind of weird. The best weapon you get is a lot harder to get if you build into unarmed. So that's like, I mean, what are we doing here? It's just almost strictly worse than melee. There's like the Furious Power Fist, which is guaranteed, and paralyzing palm, but it's pretty bad. I actually think it's going to be C tier. It's pretty bad. It's totally viable though. You're just going to have to stay hopped up on chems or wear power armor the whole game, but you can do it. Big Leagues is a step above Iron Fist, Strength 2, so every character will eventually get it as long as you go get the bobblehead. You can't avoid it. Which is how a lot of the damaging perks are set up, like Rifleman being 2, Commando, and Gunslinger. They're designed to be kind of unavoidable for the most part, which is whatever. It's kind of weird though. It's more efficient to invest into Big Leagues than Strength, because I think Strength only gives you, I want to say like 6% more melee damage per point or something minute. Whereas this is just a flat 20, so like one rank of this is better than 10 strength for damage. You also actually do get better effects from Big Leagues compared to Iron Fist. You get the one that lets you sweep hit enemies, which in general is a lot better than paralyzing your enemy. There's a weird bug where if you take rank 2 of Big Leagues, you can't use Fury anymore. If you're counting that, that's kind of unfortunate, but really, the big problem with these two styles, and Basher, that we'll get to, is just that survival mode is just not suited for melee. So I'll take into account the fact that I play on modded survival, but one thing that I leave intact on survival is the combat modifiers. And if you play with close range playstyles, it just isn't doable. You take too much damage. Like, you already take too much damage on survival until you have, like, Ballistic Weave or Power Armor. And then on top of that, you have to close the distance one way or the other. It's just not really feasible. You have to use something like Chemist, or Power Armor, or Stealth, or Blitz. You have to combine melee combat with something else to, like, get it to function. Whereas if you're just, like, decent at shooters, you could just play the game straight up, like with guns. But you can't really do that with melee. You have to dip your toes into, like, another playstyle. And the damage they give you is kind of unnecessary. You're never struggling to deal damage in survival mode. You're struggling to take hits. So, like, it is a good perk, but it doesn't help you with, like, your biggest weakness as a melee user. It just gives you more damage, which is like, okay. Armor, S tier. So armor gives you asbestos lining? Is that how you say it? Is it asbestos or asbestos? I'm not quite sure. It makes you immune to being set on fire. You can put deep pocketed, which essentially gives you carry weight. If you're messing with heavy metal, you can use lightweight or ultralight, which is essentially deep pocketed, and it gives you AP. Ultralight gives you AP. I believe a max set of ultralight gives you like 2 or 3 agilities worth of AP. You can use dense, which is essentially the same thing as taking the, because you just become tanky to traps like explosions. Shadowed essentially acts as a few ranks of stealth. It just makes you harder to see when you're in dark areas, so it's conditional, but it's still incredibly powerful. Not to mention the fact that Ballistic Weave is tied to armor, so you need higher ranks of armor to unlock the higher ranks of Ballistic Weave, like ranks 3 and onwards, which is where it really starts to become like significantly impactful. Which is why it's worth either setting your strength to 2 or 3 at the start and then getting the bobblehead or not to at least get armor. Even just rank 1 early on, getting the extra thing like girding your leather, putting pockets on your armor, making your armor light, it's going to have a significant impact on you the entire game. You need armor rank 2 and 3, I think, to modify combat armor to its fullest, and combat armor is in general the best grade of over armor. It gives you a good mix of ballistic and energy protection. It's easily modifiable. The parts aren't necessarily hard to find either. Getting a full set of normal combat armor is not too difficult, and you can wear a full set of combat armor over the baseball uniform, or military fatigues, which can be modified with ballistic weave. So, armor is essential. It's going to have more of an impact on your survivability in the later levels than like raw endurance, life giver, toughness, you know? Like the like third rank of armorer gives you ballistic weave that is better than all 5 ranks of toughness. You know, as an example. It's game warping for sure. Armor also allows you to modify your power armor, so you need armor to do things like put a jetpack on your armor, do overdriven or kinetic legs to modify the arm bracers if you're doing unarmed. Actually, that one might just be pure blacksmith. But yeah, armor is crazy. Modifying power armor and using ballistic weave are like necessary in the late game. If you're playing with survival difficulty modifiers. Blacksmith? I think blacksmith is just default A tier because it's a crafting perk build to take advantage of blacksmith. I mean, like, if you play with companions, which most people seem to want to, you need blacksmith to fully upgrade companions like strong. Some people like to give Kate melee weapons because she has a really bad default shotgun. Same with Hancock. Some people like to give like the two of them like a bat and like Pikmin's blade, for instance. If you want to fully upgrade some of those things, you want to give your companions, or like give strong like a shocking, stunning sledgehammer, which is like the best weapon in the game for melee. You're gonna need blacksmith to attach those. You're not gonna find those mods just out in the world like you will with guns. If you're playing with Automatron, you need blacksmith because more than likely you want your Automatron to be able to do something in close quarters because their AI is kind of bad. And they'll generally just try to rush down an enemy even if they have like Gatling lasers. So yeah, you want blacksmith for pretty much any build too. But it's not as necessary. Obviously, upgrading you is more important than upgrading your companions. But if you want your companions to be their strongest, this is a good perk. And on a melee build, obviously this is like super giga S tier. I would say modifying your weapon is more important than just upgrading your damage on a melee build. You want to add things like stunning. Like, you can just add a chance to stun on any weapon, even without a legendary effect. You can add fire damage. You make it faster. You know, things like that impact your combat performance more than just your raw damage. Because as long as you, like, don't sleep after every battle, you have some adrenaline. You know, you have enough damage as a melee build. You want the modifiers. Heavy Gunner? I'm not sure how to feel about Heavy Gunner. The minigun is okay with the right legendary effect. So, like, Explosive Minigun is one of the best explosive weapons in the game, but otherwise it's really bad. Gatling Laser with the never-ending effect that you can get from Nuka World, I believe it's called Eternatus, or Eternus, is really good, obviously, but you get that not only after going to Nuka World, but you have to basically almost finish the DLC to get it, and at that point, you don't need it. But I mean, it's pretty good, right? Everyone swears by the Cryolator. Never used it. The Fat Man and Missile Launcher, I believe, are also heavy weapons. I also believe the Missile Launcher is a weapon that benefits from Heavy Gunner and, Demolition Expert. So you can get some pretty ridiculous damage on a Missile Launcher if you're willing to invest 10 perk points into, or 9 perk points into them. What else are heavy weapons? The Flamer is pretty bad. The heavy incinerator that was added with the Creation Club is actually awful. It's like surprisingly terrible. Baseball launcher is pretty good because of the VATS exploit. Really, the problem is with most of these heavy weapons is just that they take up a lot of inventory weight as a weapon, and then the ammo is like super expensive to carry. Like, fusion cores are 4 pounds each, missiles are 7 pounds, mini nukes are 12 pounds. If you want to carry around enough 5mm ammo to actually do anything, it's going to be like probably 20 pounds of ammo. I'm not sure about Cryolator. It actually sounds pretty doable. The baseballs are pretty light, so there's that. But overall, your heavy weapons are like not that much stronger than normal weapons, and they're way more inefficient to use. Very fun though. I would put it like, probably put it like here, like right above melee weapons. Strong back is not as good as people say. Strong back is a weird perk. So, rank 1 of strong back, rank 1 and 2 are 25 pounds each. Lone Wanderer is 50 pounds per each rank. So that means both ranks of strong back are 1 rank of Lone Wanderer, wherever it is. And it's like, that's kind of weird, but okay. You gain the ability to fast travel over encumbered, so if you're playing on true survival, that's not that useful. Instead, you just don't take damage when you're over encumbered, which is okay. Then you have a thing where you can use your action points to run. Now, if you're like me, you hear that and you mean like, oh, that just means that I can move forever when I'm over encumbered. But that's not how it works. When you're over encumbered with strong back, your action points drain as if you're sprinting. It's actually faster than if you're sprinting. And then when it runs out, you go back to slow walking. So it actually doesn't let you run forever. Then the 5th rank just makes it so that the drain is slower, which, like, okay, cool, I guess. But strong back is really, really overrated in terms of people's general perception on it. If you don't think so, like, use it. It's underwhelming. It's very underwhelming. But it's obviously still amazing, right? If you build for it, and you take things like Action Girl. Where's Action Girl? Action Girl and Moving Target together. You have a decent endurance, and you take the final rank, which reduces the action point cost. You can run for a while. It is doable. I also believe that it is affected by the endurance stacking, where if you get an endurance of about 20 or so, you just don't drain when you sprint. I think that also applies. So, it's pretty good, but it's not S tier, for sure. Steady aim affects your hipfire accuracy, and in the 3rd rank, gives you bonus hipfire damage. It's alright. I'd put it above Heavy Gunner in big leagues, because it affects weapons that are better than big guns or melee weapons. Everyone loves to kind of shit on perks like this, where, like, the final rank is, like, 5% bonus damage. And, like, I get it, right? But at the end of the day, that 5% stacks on everything else. So, it's fine. If you want to use, like, automatic explosive weapons, not shotguns, even though shotguns would definitely benefit the most, shotguns are not affected by this. But yeah, like, the kiloton radium rifle, spray and pray, those are the kind of weapons that you want to use with steady aim. But, I mean, that's just if you happen to get lucky enough to get a good explosive weapon. Spray and pray isn't really that good. So, if you get a good explosive weapon, you know, like an explosive minigun or an explosive pipe pistol that you can make into an automatic, then I would take this just to help alleviate the aim. The other problem is, it's like, what, 7 endurance, 7 strength? You're never going to take 7 strength for this. Ever. And, like, the builds that would take 7 strength for steady aim are taking it, like, for melee weapons. So, yeah, hipfire doesn't matter on that. Basher is pretty bad. Basher damage is just straight up worse than Iron Fist. You can do, like, weird chem stacking to where you do, like, a lucky weapon, take overdrive, and then the rank that gives you crits out of combat. And you can get to, like, I think, like, 55% crit chance and double crit damage. And, like, the calibrated receiver on your weapon will actually affect this. But overall, just use a melee weapon. It's interesting. You've got the chainsaw if you put the basher on the minigun, but it's just not worth it. Just use a Ripper. The Harvester is in a set spawn too, which is kind of crazy. I think the best thing about Basher is that you get the Righteous Authority and the minigun very early. And it's totally possible to have, like, the Basher attachment to the minigun, like, before you enter Boston. There's enough levels there to get Gun Nut Rank 2 for sure. So you could have, like, the best Basher weapons very early, but the perk still takes forever to unlock. I don't think you get rank 4 of Basher until, like, the 40s. So it's not like it's amazing by any means. Rooted. The third rank is like a meme rank where you can just stand there and enemy weapons will fly off, but that's not useful. This is 50 damage resistance, which is like nothing. It's absolute ass. It's basically toughness when you're standing still. But it gives you 50% bonus damage when standing still, which is applied in VATs. Because of the fact that it defends you and buffs your offensive damage, it's basically just better big leagues, but it takes more special investment. It's not a big deal. Pain Train. Pain Train is A tier. Pain Train is so much fun. Oh, I wish it was S tier. So, Pain Train is actually useful. It's not just like a meme either. It's actually incredible. The first two ranks are like dog water, but the third rank that you get at level 50, where you can ragdoll enemies, is not only funny, it's actually genuinely useful. Like, once I unlocked the third rank of Pain Train on my melee build, I was like using it, you know? I was knocking enemies down, and it would save your life. Pain Train has a very particular interaction with Blitz. Where's Blitz? So Blitz works by doing more damage the further away your opponent is, which means that most of the time in combat, you're kind of just left doing this awkward thing where you just VAT scan over and over until you can reach an enemy. But if you combine Pain Train with Moving Target, where is it? You gain an enormous amount of damage resistance when running, or you gain some. It's not that much. It's like, I think it's the same as Rooted. But the point is, you gain some damage resistance when running, and you can run for longer because of the third rank, right? So then you activate Pain Train while you're in your like defling an enemy away. You activate VATs once they've like stopped ragdolling, and then you activate the Blitz, and it does full damage. It's like this insane combo where you can take like a sledgehammer and then just fucking bolt for a super mutant. I think super mutants are affected, I'm not sure. A synth, right? And then just send them ragdolling, and then hunt them down with Blitz and one-shot them. It's like some of the funnest loop you can do. You still have to be aware of your surroundings. If you box yourself into a corner, you'll just get gunned down, even in power armor. Because damage resistance is worthless in this game past a certain point. But yeah, Pain Train is, I would say, the most valuable aspect to like a melee build, because of the fact that you're relying on your power armor anyways. So you might as well buff like a basic functionality of it by running. Combine this with stuff like overdrive sensos, which buff your movement speed when you run, in power armor with things like Sprinter. I don't actually know if you can get legendary power armor in vanilla, but if you can, combine it with something like Sprinter, and I mean, you got some insane fun going on there. It's genuinely good too. I think people do kind of sleep on the actual combat application of it. Once I unlocked it, it carried my build. This is Perception, Pickpocket, it's ass. The speedrun uses this because there's like one check in the game that you pickpocket for that's easier with this. There's some like unique outfits you can get with this, like Geneva's ensemble, like a Matt Watson fit. But yeah, it's not too actually useful. There's more than enough money. I don't even know if you get experience for pickpocketing. How about we look it up? Do you get experience for pick? No XP for doing it. Oh wait, this is the Outer Worlds. Never mind. The dude could wear a grenade trick. Yeah, it's just saying grenade trick. Yeah, you can put explosives in people's pockets, which is cool, I guess. You can also just throw grenades. The most interesting application of Pickpocket is that I think to do the ultralight modification on Nuka World armor, you have to have rank 2 of Pickpocket. So, if you want to wear the pack outfit and you want it to be like good, you have to upgrade Pickpocket. Rifleman is probably the best damage dealing perk in the game. So at the final rank, you not only get the range bonus that other weapons do, but you get armor penetration, which means that compared to just doing flat out double damage, you are doing like 130% damage-ish. I think. You ignore like 30% of enemy armor, so it's like 130% damage. On top of that, rifles are just straight up like the strongest weapons in the game per damage. Aside from like explosives. You've got things like the Gauss rifle, the charging Tesla rifle, the handmade rifle, which as a per shot damage is really good. You've got the handmade, or not the handmade, the lever action rifle, the sniper rifle. The rifle's okay. The combat rifle, when turned into a sniper, is pretty good too. Overseer's Guardian is a fixed spawn, so. And Overseer's Guardian is fairly easy to get in like the first hour of the game if you want to. Even if you play the game organically and just spread out from Sanctuary, you can get the Overseer's Guardian in like 5-10 hours. And yeah, it's just good. Not to mention that you have, I think, the most unique perks you can combo with this. You get Sniper later on in the Perception tree, which uniquely applies like only to Sniper or non-automatic rifles. You need a lot of caps for the Overseer Guardian. It just depends on how you spec into Charisma. With a decent amount of Charisma, you only need like 1,600. There's enough steel just in Sanctuary alone to make enough caltrops to trade for it. If you can lug them all there. Even if you can't, you can just sell them to people like Trudy and what's the jumpsuit lady at Abernathy? Abernathy Farm. Connie. That's her name, Connie. Connie, Trudy, Carla, Supervisor Green, and maybe Wolfgang, if you have speech, can all be vendors on the way there. It's not impossible to get that Overseer's Guardian super early. I don't think it's worth rushing for it because the default Overseer's Guardian kind of sucks. But it's definitely easy to get. It's not too hard. Even then, if you play the game organically, 1,000. I guess Charisma has a way bigger impact on it. You'd need like 4,000 if you dumped it. I don't really dump Charisma anymore. I guess that's why it seems so easy to me. Either way, though, I still think Rifleman goes up there. There's a lot of powerful set spawns for rifles. Whether you get it quickly or not, Overseer is a set spawn with like the best legendary effect in the game in vanilla. The Last Minute, is that what it's called? Is also a guaranteed spawn once you get the castle. I'm trying to think. Righteous Authority is a set spawn, although that's all weapon types. I'm trying to think. Justice is also pretty early, I think, although I don't know how expensive it is. Awareness. It's like, I think it's better than Steady Aim. No, it's worse. But I do like Awareness quite a bit. Everyone says the weakness scanning is worthless, but I kind of disagree. So, like, Fallout 4 is kind of bad about making its enemy types actually differentiable. Like, the only ones I can think of where it's actually easy to tell them apart are gunners, because of the fact that they just wear less armor the lower rank they are. But, like, for synths and raiders, it can be kind of tough to tell them apart because they all just look the exact same. So, like, if I'm vatsing up my enemies, and I see that they're, like, one of them is, like, got the skull, and he's, like, super decked out and, like, level 40, I'm gonna go for him first. And, like, awareness has definitely saved me on that, like, multiple times. The second rank also gives you accuracy bonus in VATS and damage in VATS. Which, hey, they're not big, but they stack up. Just like steady aim. If you combine steady aim and awareness, then it means you're just doing a flat 5% damage as long as you never aim. Which, for anything other than rifles, is pretty good. This is Locksmith. So Locksmith is really, really bad. I would put it in F tier. Let's go over what you get. So it's 4 ranks to unlock 3 different types of locks. And then the 4th rank just makes it so that your bobby pin never breaks, which is basically the same thing as not doing the minigame. Okay, so what do you get when you open a master safe, right? You're gonna get, like, some 38 rounds. You're gonna get some money, like pre-war money. You're gonna get, like, a silver fork. You're gonna maybe get, like, a gold watch. Maybe some 45 and shotgun shells if you have, like, Scrounger. Maybe some caps if you have Fortune Finder. And that's, like, about it. Maybe a pipe pistol. The loot tables for Locksmith are identical. If there's a difference, I can't tell the difference between a novice to a master lock. That's pretty bad. How many times can you actually advance through an area faster with Locksmith? To my knowledge, the only places where I feel like I can remember that I was able to get through the area faster and, like, actually skip something were, like, a few of the railroad quests where you go to, like, dungeons. So that's nice. Locksmith has 2 real applications, though, that are the reason it's not an F tier. I'm gonna put it above these in C tier. So the actual use of Locksmith is that Kate, Piper, Deacon, and Porter Gage like it when you pickpocket or lockpick things. Considering that all of them have pretty decent perks, you might actually want to abuse your ability to lockpick things with them around. It's a genuine use of the ability because Affinity can take quite a while to advance if you're not doing things like this with your companions. So being able to just basically advance those 4 companions to max by just playing the game is pretty useful. It's actually pretty good. And the other real one, the way that rank 3 of Idiot Savant works is that anytime you trigger an Idiot Savant proc, which is the 5 times experience with rank 2, you'll temporarily gain 3 times experience for kills on any enemy. Now, you can't reliably combine this with Idiot Savant, but if you take this and Hacker and the crafting perks so you can craft more things everywhere, and you're constantly cooking all the food you get, you know, all that. If you're combining all of these different sources of micro XP, you can trigger that more often, just playing the game. Which is genuinely more useful than getting the loot out of the safe. Locksmith is kind of bad. But Companion Affinity and Idiot Savant are very useful. Demolition Expert is S tier. I would build your perception around this, depending on how you want to play the game. Demolition Expert is easily the best damage dealing type in the game, outside of, yeah, definitely better than Rifleman 2. I'd say it's below Armor, though. Armor or Survivability. Rank 1 gives you crafting recipes for, like, everything in the game, so, like, cryo grenades, nuke grenades, baseball grenades, which all have their own applications. Cryo grenades are the best if you want to slow down your enemies. Nuke grenades are dangerous against humans. Baseball grenades are for stealth builds because they don't get detected when you throw them, which is interesting. You can, I think you don't need this to make Molotovs, though, which are the only instant explosive. But, in general, and then I think plasma grenades have the highest, general damage that you can get of any weapon. You need this to create those. Very useful. Very, very useful. Rank 2 gives you, I think, a throwing arc, but it lies. The throwing arc on Demolition Expert is only where the grenade will land initially, but it'll continue moving. But if you only use Molotovs, the throwing arc is incredibly useful. Rank 3 doubles the explosive radius, which doesn't matter for most grenades, but it matters for the explosive effect on weapons. The spray and pray is the only guaranteed explosive weapon, I think, in the game, but with rank 3, not only are you doing almost double damage, but the radius of your explosive is doubled. So if you aim for the torso on anyone, you're basically dealing damage on all of their limbs simultaneously. Which, because of how the game works, I think basically makes you do like 5 times damage on a human if you have rank 3 of Demolition Expert and you hit the torso. It's like ridiculous. And because of the fact that you're combining the explosive legendary effect, you're effectively doing a better job at crippling than by having crippling as a legendary effect. Because you'll be constantly hitting explosives on limbs. But yeah. And then rank 4 is just pure double damage, which is good. This also affects like missile launchers and Fat Men. So like Big Boy is a guaranteed spawn. It's a mini nuke launcher that does 2. It's a Fat Man launcher that does 2 shots. It's pretty good. Party Starter is a guaranteed spawn. Does 50% more damage against humans. It's pretty good. I mean, what do you want me to say? The only thing is you're probably not going to use those 2 because of the weight. But like, if you have this for your grenades and your spray and pray, and then you're doing like Fort Hagen, I mean, it just gives you a mini nuke, right? So you'll be able to take advantage of it there anyways. There are tons of places where the game gives you explosives for tough fights. Like, I'm pretty sure you can scrounge up a ton of explosives on the Gauntlet on the way to Coulter. You get a mini nuke on the way to the guy you fight at Green Tech Genetics. You get one for Kellogg. You get missiles for the Mirelurk Queen at the castle. The game pretty organically gives you really powerful explosives for tough boss fights. So if you just combine what you're given with Demolition Expert, you don't have to carry them around as like dedicated weapons. And then of course Spray and Pray is a guaranteed spawn, so this is S tier. Night Person gets a lot of flack, but I think it's really good. Night Person's biggest issue for me is that I don't like the fucking blue filter. The, like, blue screen filter that you get when you get rank 2. I mod that out, but other than that, I mean, it's just... So rank 1 is 2 points, which is 6% VATS accuracy and 6% experience gain. Which is pretty good. And then rank 3 or rank 2 is 3, so it's 9 and 9. Which essentially means, because of the fact that well rested is 10% bonus experience, that as long as it's nighttime or you're well rested, you're basically getting 10% experience. And if you're a VATS user like me, it's a more powerful effect than awareness at nighttime. And considering that you get the astoundingly awesome tail at Outpost Zamanja, I mean, you'll be fighting at nighttime anyways, right? Because it's more damage. Which, like, hey, it's only 5%, but if it's 5%, it stacks with one of these to make it 10% all the time, right? Because all those numbers keep adding up. And then the third rank is 30 health at night, which is, okay, whatever. Night Person is also a really good time to talk about the fact that some perks, you really only need to get the first few ranks, and then you can just leave them hanging. Like, I just talked up Night Person pretty hard, but I would never take that third rank if you're, like, trying to be optimal. That third rank is so cheeks. It's, like, worse a Life Giver. It's, like, conditional solar powered, but it's not useful. It's so bad. It's less useful than Strongback. Strongback is useful in every build. No, Night Person has to go like neck and neck with Awareness because it's only useful if you're using VATS. Yeah, and Awareness can go with melee builds too. Refractor is ass. It's like F tier. I'm trying really hard to think about justifications for it. You fight laser turrets, they're kind of tough. Synths are kind of tough, but you can also just literally make them not hostile. Brotherhood members are tough, but they're also not hostile by default. So, like, you're left with laser turrets and, like, Assaultron eye lasers. And I don't think 50 energy resistance is saving you from an Assaultron eye laser. TBH. You know what? I'd be very interested to go into, like, a test cell and get hit with an eye laser and see if 5 ranks of refractor, which is going to take level 50, by the way. And also, like, 7 perception, which a lot of people consider perception really worthless in this game. Because most people prefer not to use VATS, right? I'm like the weirdo for being a VATS junkie. So it's like super high special investment, super high perk number investment, and an incredibly minimal effect. Refractor is F tier. It has a tangible effect, but yeah. I think the biggest thing that hurts it is that after a certain point in the game, Synths and Brotherhood members aren't hostile. Although that also might be to the fact that I never really advanced the main story once I get X688. So that could just be me. Sniper is S tier. Oh my god, what the hell? Yeah, Sniper's S tier. Technically, it's also more versatile than Rifleman because the first rank of the Holding Your Breath applies to pistols with rifles as well and automatics. But the second 2 ranks only apply to semi-auto rifles. So it combines well with the Rifleman perk, obviously, bonus damage and things like armor penetration. And the big reason that this is S tier is because of the fact that the combat shotgun is a rifle. And is applicable for Sniper because it can have a scope on it. You can put a scope on a combat shotgun and then aim down sights and just start ragdolling enemies. It is ridiculous. Every single pellet has the individual chance to ragdoll an enemy, so you get some pretty ridiculous odds. And then, what is rank 3 bonus accuracy and VATS like to the head, which is double damage, so, you know, combine that with McCready's perk, and you're going to be dealing double damage a lot more often. Pretty good. The only downside to the 3rd rank is that you don't get a lot of VATS shots with anything with a scope on it. Even like a super spec'd out VATS build that has like 10 agility and stuff is only going to get like 4 or 5 shots in VATS if you put a rifle on it. Rifles tank your VATS chance for some reason. Penetrator? It's better than all of these for sure. So the reason Penetrator is so high is because of the fact that if you queue up a shot and then make it critical, it'll ignore obstacles. So like if you're trying to shoot someone through a solid wall and you critical hit it, it'll just do full damage on the person's head as if there wasn't anything there, which is really powerful. However, another application of this is that a lot of enemies are so big that you can literally put a bullet through 2 areas of their body for multiple shots. So like an easy example of this is the Mirelurk. If you're facing a Mirelurk that has its torso back to you, or its torso away from you, and you're facing the shell, like let's say that this is you, this is the shell, and this is where its head is. You can aim for the head and shoot through the shell to the head. and it'll deal not only the head bonus damage, but it'll deal damage to the shell too. It's really powerful on certain enemies. For instance, I didn't know that sentry bots are hard, because I usually take Penetrator. And if you do Penetrator, not only do you hit the 5 times weak fusion core, which is really easy to hit for some reason in VATS, but you penetrate through the front armor for bonus damage. So you can just shred sentry bots in like 3 shots with Penetrator. Whereas like without it, you're actually supposed to like aim for them and keep shooting them and they're tanky. Which I had no idea. Penetrator is like a staple of VATS builds. It's like one of the most powerful effects in the game. Concentrated Fire. It's definitely better. It's the best. It's probably the best VATS effect in the game. It's just like ignoring your perception. Just like as long as you have enough AP to queue up shots, you will hit your enemy. It's like lazy. The only problem with Concentrated Fire is that it's somewhat counterintuitive. So like a lot of perks are somewhat counterintuitive to where effects that would be the most useful with low amounts of the stat are at the high end of the stat. Spoilers, but the best example of this is definitely 4-Leaf Clover. Like, if you could get 4-Leaf Clover with 1 luck, it would be one of the most invaluable perks in the game, but you can't. You can only get it when you already have 9 luck, so it's not that good. Concentrated Fire sort of falls into this camp, where the first 2 ranks aren't that useful because you already have to have 10 perception to get them. And by that point, your accuracy is, like, fine. But the 3rd rank does give you bonus damage, which, again, stacks. So not only are you doing 20% bonus damage, but if you stack it with awareness, it's 5%. And at night, with Night Person, you're doing even more accuracy. And that astoundingly awesome, that's 30% bonus damage. Stack it with a Rifleman, that's 160% damage. And then you stack it with Sniper, you've got, 20% chance per shot? 25? 34? 59% chance to hit by default on a second shot. I mean, the numbers start adding up when you combine all of these different perks. Toughness is like C tier. Toughness is in a really weird spot. Damage resistance caps out at a certain point. I think typically it caps out at around the level of 2 different items that have Ballistic Weave. That's about where damage resistance starts to become. Items that have rank 5 of Ballistic Weave are not going to be made better by taking awareness or toughness. So, let's say you have all 5 ranks and you're wearing no armor. Well, sure, it's useful, but I've gotten similar results out of rushing an area like Fort Strong by wearing a set of combat armor and like 2 things of Ballistic Weave as I have by wearing like souped out power armor that had like 1,000 resistance. The game isn't honest about it, but at a certain point your damage resistance peters out and becomes significantly worse point for point. So toughness is in this weird spot where by the time you have all 5 ranks, it isn't impacting you anymore. And early on, the first few ranks don't help you too much in like Sanctuary and Conquered either. It's useful for like the 3rd rank-ish by the time you get to Boston, because there's like an insane power spike there. Where no matter how well you did in the early game, like any raider is just going to 2-shot you in Boston. Because the game is balanced very weirdly. It actually happens around Lexington, but most people don't go to Lexington early. But like, yeah, by the time you get done with like Corvega and you head down into Boston, it just, every enemy is just going to 2-shot you. And that's the exact level where this perk would be useful. It wouldn't be very useful before then, because the early game is like tuned to be fair. And like in the late game you have things like Ballistic Weave and Power Armor. But there's like an exact sweet spot where toughness is really useful. It's also helped out by being Endurance 1. You literally cannot miss this perk, no matter how you build your special. Alright, I'm going to be right back. I need to use the restroom. It was a bad idea to drink a coffee. God, the water tastes like ass. I hope I'm not getting sick. Alright, we're back. Lead Belly. Lead Belly's F tier. I've had exactly one moment where I thought, man, maybe Lead Belly would be useful. And it was on a run where I was trying to build up all my settlements to 100% happiness. Which failed. That was a bad run. It was terrible. And the only reason is because I got so desperate for caps to speed up the process because I didn't want to keep waiting for my water farm to get back up. So I sold all my normal food and I just used food that I harvested from the areas. So it meant that I would just eat like 20 pounds of moot fruit while fast traveling around. And the rads built up over time. And I'd have to every now and then stop at like I want to say a barber, a doctor, and have them flush my rads. And you know what? I still wouldn't have taken it. I still didn't take it. Lead Belly's awful. Lead Belly is like a meme perk. Like, I don't know, there's like Impreg Vault Boy. That's like the best thing to come out of Lead Belly, I guess. It's not good. It's bad. Don't use it. I actually feel like Lead Belly is like a tier below these two. We might have to make a lead tier. Make it gray. Yeah, Lead Belly is real bad. Lead Belly is awful. If Lead Belly were one rank at the very start of the game, and you could take it all at once, and immediately remove all radiation from food and water, and it was one single rank, I still think it would be the worst perk in the game. I'm not kidding. But you have to take 3 ranks of this. You have to reach like level 20 something before you get the actual one where you get no rads. And you actually have to have some endurance. The endurance bobblehead is in like one of the highest end dungeons in the game. Like, you can't go get the bobblehead at level 1 either. And it's more endurance than toughness. It's just like every time you think about Lead Belly, there's something worse to think about. Life Giver? It's better than toughness, I think. It won't stop you from taking damage as efficiently as toughness in the early game because it's like 40 health, which is whatever. But the third rank that gives you health regeneration is pretty good. Early on, that health regen is equivalent to like food. Like if you get this ASAP and you have like low health, because you have like a low endurance, you only have like 3 endurance for the perk, you're gonna regenerate like pretty quickly, like as if you've constantly eaten something. This falls off over time because the health you get back is fixed. It's a fixed number. It's not actually a percentile. So like at level 60 or whatever, this is like worthless. But like early on, it's very useful, and it's always convenient if you play with fast travel on, because it basically just means you have health regen. So like if you are like on the verge of death and you get out of green tech genetics, and then fast travel back to the railroad to like get the courser chip analyzed, you can, you can just have your health back when you're there, which is pretty useful. And if you're playing on true survival where you don't have fast travel, then it'll regen in the middle of you running back and forth for 10 minutes straight. So it's always useful. But it's not useful like the whole game or anything like that. Chem resistant is like, it's like a convenience perk. I would put it like below locksmith. I mean, if you're going to be doing chems anyways, and if you take chemist, then you don't need chem resistant, because chems last long enough that by the time they wear off and you suffer a withdrawal, you either have the ability to go find an addictol, make a refreshing beverage because you have chemist, or take another of the chem until you find a doctor. Like, there's no way that you ever need to suffer the effects of withdrawal unless it's Jet, which is very possible because Jet's the best chem in the game. So like, if you plan on, like, if you rush Diamond City Blues, or if you set up a Jet Empire by setting up a Poison Caltrop exchange with Connie and Supervisor Green over and over to get more fertilizer for more Jet, then sure. It's a convenience perk. If you have 4 endurance, take it. Otherwise, don't. The first rank that only reduces your odds of addiction is awful, terrible, but immunity is pretty good. I'm trying pretty hard to justify it, but honestly, I don't think I would ever take it if I was playing completely vanilla Fallout 4. I personally play with a mod that allows me to get every perk in the game, irregardless of how I build my special. So, like, I tried to take less useful perks early on to, like, delay my power progression when I do a build now, but that's very specific because I if you're playing within the limits of a normal playthrough, don't put your endurance to 4 for this perk. Aqua Girl is like the best of these convenience perks. So like, I think it's like slightly under Life Giver. People meme on it. They call it worthless, but it's actually really useful. So like, is that it'll reduce the amount of diseases you catch by a pretty significant margin. So on a lot of my playthroughs, I noticed that I'm just constantly getting sick. And one of the reasons is that every time that you have to cross a body of water, you're probably going to take a Rad-X to do it, to reduce the rads, but then you catch a disease because of your immunodeficiency. But because of the fact that you don't take Rad-X as often, you're not catching diseases from the enemies you fight or the things you consume. And as it turns out, the reason you get diseases when you jump into water isn't actually the water, it's the radiation. So when you don't get irradiated from jumping into water, you just don't catch diseases at all. Aqua Girl is really powerful for the way that it changes how you interact with disease. The actual way that it affects how you interact with water is a lot more questionable. Like, just don't drown. LOL. Get a hazmat suit. But, like, I don't know. Like, I've never taken Aqua Girl and then, like, rushed to do the castle at, like, level 2. Because you still have to beat a Mirror Queen. You know? But, like, I don't know. I'm sure Aqua Girl has, like, some insane use I don't understand. I will say, I had made a super cool plan when I tried Far Harbor at level 1 to go get the Recon Marine armor. But it turns out that that doesn't spawn until you get to a certain stage in Best Left Forgotten. So Aqua Girl is actually less useful than I thought originally. Because I guess those items only spawn when you know they exist. So yeah, Aqua Girl isn't quite as useful as you might think. But it's still not bad. It's not F tier. I would take Aqua Girl rank 1 over any rank of Pickpocket or Refractor ever. Oh, and the second rank is, like, worthless. You can, like, hide underwater, I guess. Rad Resistance is better than Toughness or Refractor. On the right build, I actually think Rad Resistance is actually really good. Rooted. Yeah. Rad Resistant is not really useful for the combat resistance, right? But Toughness and Refractor are combat perks, specifically. Rad Resistant is much more of an environmental thing, so there are 2 radiation thresholds, technically 3, that you want to go for in this game. 75% health for Isodoped from Hancock. 70% health for the Inquisitor's Cowl to give you +4 intelligence, and 25% health, with the rest being rads for Unyielding. And all 3 of those have their own very, very good uses, right? And so because of that, you more so view your radiation level then as something that you very strongly need to avoid increasing, especially Unyielding. So on an Unyielding build, this is actually like an S tier perk, because you want every possible thing to help contribute to your radiation not getting worse, because you're working with such a limited health pool at that point. And it's still convenient with something like Isodoped or the Inquisitor's Cowl, to maintain your rads above a certain point. So that's why rad resistance is really good. Otherwise, it's really mediocre. It's like F tier if you're not doing like a rad build where you stay irradiated. But it's like S tier on like unyielding builds. It's also worth noting that it interacts very oddly with other perks. So, like, if you're not doing an irradiated build, for instance, you just want Ghoulish. Right? But if you're taking Rad Resistant, it's also worth significantly less if you take Aqua Girl. Because a lot of the common encounters you're going to have with Radiation are going to be water. So if you take Aqua Girl, this perk is also just kind of significantly worse. I actually think it needs to go, like, directly above Aqua Girl. It's more important on an unyielding build. And you don't want Aqua Girl on an unyielding build, because water is your most consistent way to specifically make sure you get to exactly 25% health. But if you combine this with the Bloodied effect, which I think you can get on a certain weapon, you just deal an insane amount of damage. Not to mention your special stats get so jacked up that like any build becomes a VATS build. You deal insane melee damage. You have insane experience gains. You can pass like any speech check in the game. Unyielding is an incredibly powerful build. Adamantium Skeleton, first tier ranks are worthless. For the most part, because all they do is just, you know, reduce limb damage by a certain amount, but you still get the effect of being crippled. There's also the fact that, like, what is this, 5, 6? You need 7 endurance to get this, which is pretty steep. Probably not going to get it. I would say that it have more of a combat impact throughout the entire game once you get rank 3 than, like, Toughness would. It just works earlier. But yeah, Toughness, or Adamantium Skeleton eliminating limb damage. that is something you'll feel. You know, if you already have enough endurance, take it. But never build for it. It will reduce the amount of skills where if you have something like Life Giver rank 3, then the only reason you would use a stim pack after the battle is to get rid of your limb damage. So that is convenient. Cannibal is actually its own tier. Kinda bad. We'll give it like red, because it's like red meat. Blood. Yeah, Cannibal actually gives you a downside. Let me look this up and make sure I'm getting it right. Dark Craving. Negative status effect inflicted upon the sole survivor while in survival mode. Corpse to satiate the hunger. Food will no longer sate hunger. The player character can only commit cannibalism to fulfill hunger requirements, and will go straight from being satisfied to ravenous instead of the intermediate statuses peckish, etc. Will stay satisfied for 12 game hours before needing to commit cannibalism again. One normally needs to eat every 6 game hours. So, this will appear as a dialogue option. So yeah, you basically get an addiction that you have to manage that has a slight upside. But in general, no. If you do anything other than explicitly run around looting and shooting, like if you start doing any crafting, if you start doing quests, you're going to end up with more downsides than positives because of this. Cannibal... I wanted to say cannabis. Why don't you get some cannabitches? Cannibal is like the king of like weird challenge runs where you are restricting yourself though, because it's one of the only ways to eat that doesn't require food in your inventory. Very interesting. Ghoulish. Prefacing is like this level. So if the game only had 3 ranks of Ghoulish, Ghoulish would be down here. You get health when you are in the process of being irradiated. Passive radiation does not affect this. What? So that's interesting. And then the 4th rank passively removes your radiation. Which, like, that's cool. That's useful. But, like, why do I have to be, like, level 50 and invest 4 ranks to get that effect? And 9 endurance. There's a lot of requirements. It's like a slightly better adamantium skeleton when it's fully maxed out, but it's useful for less of the game. And it's going below it because managing your radiation for an unyielding or isodoped build is much better. If you take this, you can't really commit to like an unyielding or isodoped build because your radiation will go away and your health will come back. Eventually. Unless you want to specifically damage yourself a certain amount every time. Radiation is the best way to ensure that you're at your radiation limit for your threshold. Whereas Ghoulish will take that away. So. It's also 9 endurance, which is crazy. Solar powered? So I've never used this perk. I would assume it's like up here though. Like for a melee build, it sounds stronger than a Night Person does for a VATS build. It's like one of those conditional perks where you only generous windows, since it just means outside between 6 and 6, I think. And the effects you get are insane. You get 2 strength, which is like 20 carry weight. Maybe not in true survival, but it's like 20 carry weight. I think like 6% bonus melee damage, which is pretty good. Bonus health. Radiation goes away in sunlight, and you get healed in sunlight. Which, like, all together, if you combine that healing with something like this, and you're, like, in an irradiated area with Ghoulish, for instance, you know, you combine all 3, you're gonna get some insane healing. Just, like, for being, just existing. Then you can, like, put stim packs on top of that, too. If you wanted to, like, have a way to passively get rid of your rads while also doing, like, an isodoped build, you could take solar powered so that when you're in the sun, you have like free rad away. but then at night, though, to where you get the radiation curing effect, but then you take Night Person and play at nighttime. That could be an interesting combo. But realistically, in the game, you're never raising your endurance to 10 for this perk. I can't imagine someone taking this many endurance for solar powered. So I can't put it up there as like what you would build to for your special. Whoops. Yeah, I think Sniper is honestly where you would build to for Perception too. I'll put it down there. Cap Collector. Cap Collector is theoretically either incredibly invaluable or worthless, and there's no real in between. The game restricts you to a minimum buying price of 1.2 times the item's true value and a sell price of 0.8 times the item's value. So if you have a gun that's worth 100 caps, the most you can ever buy it, the most you can ever sell it for is 80, and the least you can ever buy it for is 120. Cap Collector does not push past this limit. It just changes the amount of charisma you need to get there. If I'm understanding the game right, with both ranks of Cap Collector, the Barter Bobblehead, and all the Tales of a Junktown Jerky vendor, you only need 11 charisma to get the best prices. But you can also just raise your charisma to 16 artificially to get that. And there's also the fact that, like, as long as you have like 10 charisma, you don't need it much higher. So for that purpose, technically this is worthless in the long haul, right? But I don't really buy that because it'll hurt the game. I mean, you can get it pretty high. You can do it to like 10 and then do 12 from like an item in Sanctuary and like 13 with booze, right? It's pretty good. But realistically, it's way more convenient to just take this perk and just always have it as an active bonus. There's also the fact that if you dump Charisma, this is an incredibly impactful perk. If you start with 1 Charisma, which this is 1 Charisma as a requirement, right? It's more impactful than if you maxed your Charisma. So it's actually, like, synergistically placed on the perk tree, you know? Unlike 4-Leaf Clover, so... there's also the fact that rank 3 allows you to invest money into stores, which means that if you want to do something like if you want to build up Sanctuary as like an empire, you can put like a full marketplace in there and invest into everyone, and that's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Assuming that you have all the unique level 4 vendors, that's like 8. That's 4,000 caps just from this perk that you can run through every time you go there. So, like, you can do that, and then every time you go home, you can just sell through your vendors. And then anytime you run out of something, you can just go buy the shipment of it, because you have money saved up now. Not to mention, you need Cap Collector to actually craft level 3 stalls, which is really useful. If you make one of your settlements like a vendor town, like a Caravan Hills, is that what it's called? I haven't played Fallout 3 in forever. But if you make it one of them just like this, like, trading empire, you can get all kinds of like important resources from there. Like, level 4 vendors tend to sell at least like 5 or 6 different adhesive items per thing. The Smiling Larry has like insane ammo pools to sell you, at least if it's common. The armor guy will eventually sell you pretty much every armor type in the game that isn't like recon armor. The doctor is good. The bar's kind of shit. But yeah, the things you can get from there is pretty good. The only thing is that in vanilla, that's all down to whether or not you can acquire them. But even if you don't get the special tier 4 vendor, you still got like tier 3 vendors, which are really good. They can all be in one fixed location too. So as long as you set them in one area of your like settlement, just sleep until 10, and then you can go and trade like 3,000-4,000 caps worth. And they can typically sell really good shipments of things in bulk, like concrete and ceramic. that are more annoying to gather throughout the world. But it's really hard to place this because most of this so far has been like combat or like survival means, but this is purely like cap and like settlement building. Where's Locksmith? Is that Locksmith? It's better than Locksmith. Rank 2 is better for crafting, and rank 3 is better for money making. This is Black Widow and Lady Killer, which are conditional activations. No, I didn't rank Big Leagues bad for the Fury Bug. I won't rank this one bad for that. Where's Iron Fist? It's like better than Iron Fist. Black Widow gives you 5% damage on the opposite gender. Evasion checks easier, 10% for each rank. And it makes intimidation harder for the second and third rank. I'm not sure why. It's a bug. But you will actually have a harder time intimidating enemies with this, with the intimidation perk. This one. Realistically, I think for combat, you'd rather be a woman. And because almost all raiders and like Brotherhood members and like gunners tend to be men. There's still some gender diversity, but it's still more men, for sure. I'm also fairly certain the Far Harbor raiders are entirely men, the trappers. The young thugs, as they were. I'm pretty sure they're all men. The Institute enemies, I think, are also all men enemies, I think. I might be wrong on that, though. I'm pretty sure there isn't a single female courser in the game aside from Chase. But she's not an enemy. But yeah, in general, you just seem to fight a lot more men than women. Lady Killer doesn't sound as worthless. There's still quite a few women who have red speech checks, so that's obviously not that bad. But in general, it feels like more of the important speech checks are also men. So this is really conditional. If you're like a male player and you get Lady Killer, I would honestly put that in like Canna bad, because it worsens your chances to use another perk. But if you're a woman, I'd put it about C tier. I always play as a woman, so I don't have any experiences from this. Personally, I used to just mod it so that it affected both genders. But ever since I used X13 perks without special, that makes it not work, so I stopped using it. Lone Wanderer. So, I personally, right, when I mod the game, I use a mod that lets me have unlimited followers. I usually limit it to about 5, because that's the limit in Fallout 2, right? From there, I have another mod that lets me customize my companion's weapons with gun nut and science, right? So take Piper. I can take her default 10 mil, and I can give it the long ported barrel, the long light barrel, you know, that improves the recoil, long quick eject mag, powerful automatic receiver, sharpshooter grip, reflex sight, which actually does affect how enemies aim. And I can use another mod called Legendary Crafting to give Piper an explosive 10 mil. And because it's her default weapon, she'll never run out of ammo for it. So she's effectively got an endless automatic explosive 10 mil, right? And I usually have about 4 or 5 followers when I use unlimited followers. And so you just get this little army, right? But in spite of that, I still think Lone Wanderer is a little better. Like, I can't even make that up. It's genuinely crazy how strong Lone Wanderer is. It's something that you miss the instant you use it once and you go back to not using it. And it's crazy. It's ridiculous. The first two ranks, which are pretty low level, are just 100 carry weight and 30% damage reduction. Not resistance, reduction. So, resistance caps out at about 150, 200-ish. It stops significantly mattering. Toughness, right? That is not reduction. So, the way resistance works is that if you have 100 resistance and take 100 damage, you're going to take about 50 damage. It's really weird how it works, but it's not very effective. Whereas with no damage resistance, you would take 100 damage and take 70 damage. But the thing is, you can stack them. So with Lone Wanderer, you would actually then reduce that 50 by 30. So you would only end up taking like 30 or 40 something percent damage. It's really crazy. Rank 3, you do 25% more damage flatly. That's not as impressive as like rank 5 of one of these perks, but it's everything. It's hip firing, it's VATs, it's big guns, it's snipers, it's explosives. If you mix your weapons, like if you gun bash and you use a rifle, that's both of them. You know? If you use rifles and explosives, that's both of them. You know, if you use stealth and VATs and hip firing on an automatic, that's all of it. It's just flat damage, and it stacks with those things too. And the final rank is 25 action points. That's like 3 points of agility. It's like the craziest perk in the game. It's a game warping perk for sure. It's really crazy. I really don't see any argument for Lone Wanderer not being S tier and not being the best perk in the game in particular. I think the thing most people try to argue is that they just like using companions, and that's fine. I like using companions. That's why I go through a lot of effort to make companions like worth it. Beyond just like their personality. Because like, yeah, it's funny to have Strong there, but like I want him to actually contribute. That's why like I mod his weapon to have like Furious and like be like the electric Bioshock ass weapon that you get from Nuka World. But like, I'm just being real with you. In vanilla, there is zero reason to use a companion over Lone Wanderer. Especially on true survival. Like, the damage modifier is just too insane, and this is too useful. Not to mention the carry weight is more useful than a companion on survival. Like, 100 pounds is better than like anything other than like some automatron companions in true survival. And then 25% damage and 25 action points is crazy. And the action points are versatile. I mean, even if you're not a VATS character, that's sprinting. That's just more time you can run. You know, combine that with like Action Girl, where you're resistant when you're running, and Pain Train, you can run for longer. And if you combine that with Pain Train 2, which you want to combine it with melee because of how frail you are, you can pursue them easier with Blitz because you have basically another VATS turn. And if you combine that with Grim Reaper Sprint, you can just start these like VATS chains, where you Pain Train someone away and then one-shot them and you get all your action points back to charge another person. It's more effective for carry weight than Strong Back. It's stronger for damage than any of these non-weapon specific types like Awareness. It's better for your action point management than like a single point of agility. It's ridiculous. It's S tier. Attack Dog. Oh, he got that dog in him alright. Yeah, I think Attack Dog is like the best specific reduction type. So Attack Dog makes it to where if Dogmeat is holding an enemy, you get a flat 25% bonus hit in VATS, which is pretty good. It also makes it so that when he bites an enemy, he can cripple the limb, and eventually, if he attacks an enemy, no matter what, they start bleeding. Which I think is just the wounding effect, like from legendary weapons. It makes dog meat like comparable to some of the weaker companions like Kate and Hancock, but it's not that good overall. The reason it's so good is that the 4th rank gives you a 10% damage reduction. The not resistance, but reduction, like Lone Wanderer. And dog meat stacks with a Lone Wanderer. You can have dog meat and Lone Wanderer is active, because dog meat is not a human. So when you combine them, you have 40% damage reduction. So you're basically taking half damage from everything. And then you're also got like armor on top of that. It makes you actually tanky. The only concession is that you don't have other companions, but because you want Lone Wanderer, because it's the best in the game, you don't care that you don't have other companions. So there's like no real downside. I guess the only downside is that you need 4 charisma, and you have to invest 4 ranks. It's kind of rough, but it's not the worst. And if you're doing a VATS build, this is just good, because, 25, 25, 5, you know what it is by now. It just stacks. Animal Friend is... It's more useful... Let's get this out of the way. All of the intimidation perks are really, really bad. I wish it were not so. So the way that these perks work is that you take the 1st rank, and that gives while you're aiming at an enemy, which will pacify them. And what this does is while you have your weapon drawn, they won't attack you, and you have a flat 40% chance to do this unless you take Black Widow or Lady Killer, in which case that respective gender is actually harder to intimidate. I believe it drops down to 20%. What is the tangible upside of this? Sometimes when you have to fight a Deathclaw that can one-shot you, you don't have to. You also need these to craft certain things on your settlements. So you can keep, like, Deathclaws as pets, which is pretty cool. I'm trying to do that on a build right now, because that just sounds fun. But it's not useful, right? Not to mention, all 3 of these perks have 3 ranks, where the 2nd and 3rd ranks just allow you to basically make them attack your enemies for you, so that's kind of cool. And then you can kind of command them like a settler-ish, but not really. No matter what, if you put your gun away around them, they instantly go back to being hostile. So, okay. And then they should never improve past the 1st rank. So you're capped at less than half odds to do this for the whole game, unless you make it worse with Black Widow. They're just not useful. Like, compare this to, like, Robotics Expert, where you just rush a robot and press X and you hack them. There is no chance. You can sneak to make it easier, but you can just hack them. And there's no chance for that to fail other than if you die. Like, and when you hack them with just the 1st level, you can literally tell them to self-destruct. That's the 1st level, too. Whereas, like, the best you can do with rank 1 of these other perks is, like, get them to stop attacking you and then attack them again. So you get 1 free shot. Whereas with the other, with Robotics Expert, you just make them explode. Or even Ghoulish, rank 3 of Ghoulish. Just makes it so that randomly certain enemies, like ghouls, are just friendly. They won't attack you. They'll actually help you sometimes too. And it's like, you don't have to do anything for that. And it's like, what? So yeah, the intimidation perks are really fun, but they're really bad. I wish they were a lot better. There are tons of mods to do that though, fortunately. So if you really like the idea of them, then you can always do that. But I've tried them personally, and they just are not useful at all. The only one that seems useful at all is Wasteland Whisperer, but again, 9 charisma for this shit. And 10 charisma to do intimidation, which is made worse by a low charisma perk. It's kind of funny. Animal Friend and Wasteland Whisperer have a lot of early game use, but honestly, this one is pretty bad. Local Leader, charisma 6. C tier is getting a little bloated. It's like it vored something. Yeah, there's like an explicit chain there. Local Leader should be a default part of the settlement building system. For sure. This should not be a perk in the game. And this is for definitely sure should not be 6 charisma. This should be the 1 charisma perk if it's going to be a perk. And it shouldn't be a perk. I literally cannot go without using this functionality in the game at this point. But it's so unmeaningfully impactful. I can't stress that enough. It's like the weirdest perk in the game. So with it, you can set up these supply chains, which I'll just look it up. Settlement map. Where you essentially just build up these chains between all the different settlements on the map, right? And I mean, you can just see this shit. The people get autistic with this, like crazy. I have messed around with this too because it's fun, right? It's real fun to mess with this, but it's kind of worthless is the problem. So the way that it works is that, like, let's say you build up Sanctuary as an empire, right? And then you have a water farm on Spectacle Island. Well, let's say that for some fucking reason you also have it connected to Starlight Drive-In. Yeah, you do this line, okay? So let's say that, like, some real place which has people, and the castle which has people. No, the castle's a bad one. Some of these places are gonna have people, right? Bunker Hill, Oberland, Somerville. And let's say that you just never increased water at any of them. You could build a water purifier island at Spectacle Island, and that would count as all the water these places need. So that's really interesting, right? But the problem is, you're never going to do that. You're just going to either ignore the settlement you claim, or you're going to build them up as you get them. So uses like that are pretty worthless. One pretty good place to do is Taffington Boathouse. You can get this fairly early if you use explosives. And you can set it up as a supply line up here for all your early game settlements. Because Outpost Zaman is doable if you have Jet, right? So you can kind of do that. That's pretty interesting. But the best thing that these do is they share items for crafting. So let's say that you take Warwick Homestead, Somerville Place, Nordigan, Finch Farm, The Slog, County Crossing, right? You take all these settlements that have their own farms, and well, you're at Sanctuary, and you want to craft vegetable starch. You always have resources to make adhesive. That's the genuinely most impactful thing that this perk will do. And it's pretty crazy, too. This will just basically mean you can always make like 20 or 30 adhesive every day. For free. So it solves your adhesive issue. But that's like basically it. Rank 2 lets you create stores. But the best vendors are RNG dependent. Tina DeLuca and the Vault Salesman and Trader Riley aren't, but they're general merchants. For like the best like weapons and armor, you have to have really good actual like IRL luck to get the best traders for your like kingdom settlement, right? So overall, it's not a good perk, but I'd say it's a necessary perk. It's like in the middle. Intimidation perk is great for moving unmovable settlers like the Finches and Abernathy's to other settlements, or pack members to a normal settlement. Can you do that? That's interesting, actually. Can you move Connie Abernathy to Sanctuary using that? And she'll, like, stay there forever? Yep. Alright. Intimidation is the best of these, then. I'll put it, like, up here. There are quite a few areas where there are unmovable merchants. So, Connie Abernathy at Abernathy Farm sells you fertilizer, which you can use to jumpstart your jet empire. So, if you can move her using that perk, then I'll put it higher. I also think Robotics Expert might allow you to move Supervisor Green. June Warwick doesn't move, though, but her daughter does. She's a merchant, too, but I don't remember what she sells. That's also really late in the game. I don't know if there's a point by that point. I'd be curious if you can move Ronnie Shaw with that. I think she's a decent vendor. Alright, Party Girl. Rank 1 gives you immunity to alcohol addiction. That's worse than chem resistant. Rank 2 doubles the effects. Depending on your build, this is either really good or really bad, because it also means it damages your intelligence more. Almost all alcohol damages your intelligence. So it goes from 1 to 2 with this rank, which is kind of bad. Rank 3 gives you 3 luck when you drink alcohol, which goes to 4 if you get the Live and Love at their Revere Beach Station. And the interesting thing about rank 3 of Party Girl is that rank 3 applies to all different types of alcohol. So Gwinnett Lager, Gwinnett Pale Ale, Gwinnett Stout, beer, vodka, Bobrivs, Dirty Wastelander. Basically, there's like 15 or so different types of alcohol that are flagged, and the 4 luck will stack on every single one of them. So if you do Buddy, if you get Buddy for your settlement, and you find his recipes, and you just carry a few of the different types he has, you can temporarily get your luck to like 40 or something using this perk. It also changes Dirty Wastelander to give you 6 strength and 4 luck in one go, which for a melee build, because you want to use VATS and Blitz, it's pretty crazy. It's better chem resistant. I would put it... Where would I put this? I think I would put it below Rooted. No, it's not better than Attack Dog. Where would I put this? I think I'd put it above Toughness. It's pretty powerful on a melee build. If you want to find level 4 vendors, then it's best to not start Automatron and also play on Survival. I will admit, I don't know what the actual chances of finding level 4 vendors are, because I do play on modded Survival. But I didn't penalize it too harshly for being random. Plus, level 3 vendors are good enough. They're not as good, but they're still pretty good. Inspirational. Inspirational sounds really amazing, but the numbers are really bad. I'll put it about here. The first rank makes it so that your companions do more damage and they can't hurt you. The specific number is 20%, so it's not that great. The second rank is that they're tougher and that you can't hurt them, which is 20 damage resistance. So it's 2 ranks of toughness and refractor. The third rank is that they carry more, and it's 25 pounds, so it's 1 rank of strong back. It's okay. The best use of this is for automatrons. You want to create an automatron that has an unlimited explosive weapon, or Gatling lasers, or you want to give your companion something like a Fat Man, and then they just can't hurt you. It's really powerful in the right setup, but realistically, you're not going to give... On survival, you're not going to give Piper a missile launcher and then constantly find her missiles, right? This is for automatrons. It also affects thrown explosives. So you can give Piper, like, I don't know, probably like 20 Molotovs at a time. Survival really nerfs how much even your companions can hold. But yeah, automatrons are the best use of inspirational, for sure. But in general, I think Attack Dog is more useful. Because inspirational means you wouldn't be affected by Lone Wanderer. Although inspirational does affect dog meat. You can technically have all three if you have dog meat, but yeah, I don't think dog meat not hurting you is too impactful. You give dog meat that extra 25 carry weight. Vans XD, it's better for combat than Basher. 6% chance to hit and hitting VATS is like good. That's conditional on you using VATS, so I can't put it much higher, but yeah, I mean, I put it above Basher. You're living dangerously when you give Piper explosives. I like to create a stupid automatron that like floats with like the handy thing, and then give it 2 sentry arms and give it missile launchers. It's like the dumbest thing ever, but I love that so much. And if you don't take inspirational, they're gonna kill you. Medic. Medic is in a really odd spot. Personally, I mod stim packs to heal like they do in normal on survival because they already weigh stuff, take an animation, and dehydrate you. So I don't get why they also made them so slow. But if you're playing on true survival, you do want those stim packs to go faster. They are super slow. And then obviously just getting full health and rads from a stim pack is useful. The only downside to Medic... Medic is also needed to craft stores. Instead of Cap Collector 2, you need Medic 1 to make medical stores with Local Leader. The only downside to this is if you're doing certain radiation builds like Unyielding or Isodoped or Inquisitor's Cowl, you don't want to heal more rads with your Radaway. So if you take the higher ranks of this, you kind of get forced to use things like Refreshing Beverage, Where's Brew, Mutant Hound Chops, things like that. But that's like a very specific playstyle where it's a downside. Overall, this is just like a flat increase to combat effectiveness. I'd put it in B tier. It's useful for every build. And it's 2 intelligence, so every build can get it. So, no reason not to take it. It's applicable to like crafting, and it's useful for pretty much every build except for like very specific niche ones. Nuka Quantums are the quickest way to heal in survival. They heal really slowly on survival. You want that last rank. You want that last rank really badly on true survival. Gun Nut? I play very weirdly. I would rather take Gun Nut and not take any of the damage dealing perks like Rifleman or Gunslinger. But I know that most people are kind of the opposite, where they would rather take Rifleman and avoid Gun Nut. But personally, I think the modifications you make to your weapons are more impactful in gameplay than Rifleman. Because the modifications you make will affect how accurate you are when you shoot. They'll affect like your recoil. They'll affect like your sway. You can do things like put recon scopes on if you're a sniper, which are really useful. If you make your weapon light, it's better for VATS. You can do things like that. And the ability to freely modify that at any station as long as you have the parts is really fun. It's also just more engaging to me to go out and have to find things like oil and adhesive and like copper and screws than to just take a perk that just says damage up. But Gun Nut is one of the least necessary crafting perks for sure. You can find all the parts that you want out in the world. The only thing that you need Gun Nut for technically is like crafting things at your settlements. To like make ammo manufacturing plants, you need rank 1 of Gun Nut. To make like missile turrets, I think you need rank 3 of Gun Nut. Things like that. So it's still invaluable for sure. It's affecting you in combat and crafting. And it's a very low intelligence requirement too. Only 3. I would put it somewhere around here. Somewhere, yeah, like with blacksmith. I'd put it right below blacksmith. I'm really high up on the crafting skills. That's robotics expert, so this is hacker. Where did I put locksmith? Hacker's just like slightly worse. Overall, there's a lot less terminals than there are locks, so whatever application you have for it is just going to happen less often. But I do think there are more areas you can skip with a terminal than with a lock. I know that in the Mechanist layer, if you find 3 holotapes and you have the right rank of hacker, you can literally skip the final boss fight, which is pretty cool. Personally, I like that boss fight when it works, so I'd rather play it, but it's cool, right? You use this to gain affinity with Nick Valentine, X88, and I don't think Paladin Dance actually cares if you hack terminals. But yeah. I think Hacker also has a few quest integrations with the Creation Club. I think when you're doing the Enclave stuff, if you have Hacker, you have more options. I think. I might be misremembering, though. But it's okay. Hacker is also way more dependent on your intelligence than Locksmith. So if you only take the, like, 3 perception for Locksmith, you won't notice a big difference when you go to Lockpick, but if you only take the necessary intelligence for Hacker, it's actually harder. There's, like, more options and stuff. You can still do it, obviously, but you actually have to think about it when you do it, instead of just guessing. Scrapper. Scrapper's S. Scrapper is almost S tier, man. Scrapper is, like, one of the best perks for crafting. It just means that, like, instead of having to look for screws and, like, junk when you explore the world, you can just pick up, like, a high-grade weapon, and you're gonna get tons of screws. Rank 2 is really good for all the rare things on energy weapons, like fiber optics, circuitry. And then rank 3 just gives you more of everything. It's beautiful. It also marks items in the overworld, sort of like Rex's perk from New Vegas. So, if you have your HUD set up to something noticeable, like red or pink or something, then when you're just looking around, you'll notice stuff start glowing. And it'll be like, oh, there's that thing I was looking for. Really, really useful. Like, if the weapon you pick up has 2 modifiers, like bayoneted light hair trigger pistol or something, you're gonna get something good from it. Almost for sure. It's really useful. This is also, and this gets more cheesy, but if you do a low intelligence build, a lower intelligence build, I guess, and Scrapper has a high intelligence requirement, you can go to, like, weapon benches in dungeons and scrap all the stuff for steel, like from the guns, and then spam caltrops to trigger Idiot Savant rank 3 midway through a dungeon to get crazy experience when you go on your next killing spree. Like, in areas like Fort Hagen, you can do this pretty easily, because there's, like, a weapon breakdown area, and then there's, like, a crafting station at the top. But just for taking all your stuff home and crafting scrappers to Sai. I like locksmith because it's more useful to me, but hacker is better because it allows you to skip parts of the game, shutting down the robots in mass fusion, for instance. I didn't even know that was an option. I'm really bad at exploring some of the areas sometimes. I kind of mentioned that though. Hacker has more impactful moments where you can skip gameplay. But that also just means you're skipping combat, and you kind of want to kill things to level up. So it's half and half. I guess I'll put hacker higher. You also probably want more intelligence than perception on average, so you'll probably have hacker more often. Science. Science is the best crafting perk for sure. Science has the most applications. It allows you to build industrial water purifiers. It's necessary to craft upgrades to your power armor on top of armorer. Upgrading laser weapons is really easy. Like with just the first 2 ranks of science, you can pretty much fully upgrade the righteous authority you get. And if you upgrade that righteous authority, it's like an early game powerhouse, man. Like an improved sniper, an improved automatic barrel on that righteous authority goes crazy. Science also has more applications and crafting things for your settlement than just that. It allows you to make heavy laser turrets, which are the best for defending areas that have settlers. So missile turrets are definitely the strongest, but they'll also kill your settlers. But heavy laser turrets are accurate enough to not just mow down your own settlers. There have been so many times where my turrets have almost killed, where my heavy missile turrets have almost killed me, and I've had to like activate a jet and run away. I've had to like sand Deviston away from my own turrets because they almost killed me. Fusion generators as well. Yeah, you can get 100 power out of one item, which is so space efficient. One time on my settlement challenge that I failed, I set up Taffington Boathouse as a water plant, and I used a fusion generator to get 100 power, and I hooked up like I think 20 or 30 industrial water purifiers to it. It's really crazy what science lets you do. Chemist is... Yeah, Chemist is S tier. I'm not gonna try and defend. I'm not gonna try and play devil's advocate. It's S tier. Is it better than explosives though? Yeah, Chemist is better than explosives. So Chemist allows you to craft poisoned caltrops, which are early game your best money making source. You can make enough from like Sanctuary and Red Rocket to go and trade for Overseer's Guardian early, or Spray and Pray if you can find Cricket. And beyond that, Chemist allows you to craft antibiotics, refreshing beverage, which heals not only your addictions but rads with no downsides. It allows you to craft Radaway and Stim Packs, I think. It's not that useful, but still useful. There's something else that lets you craft, but I can't remember what it is. It allows you to craft something else in the healing section, but I can't remember what it is right now. It doesn't matter. That's good enough. On top of this, it allows you to make all of your chems. It allows you to make overdrive, which enables crits outside of VATS. It allows you to make jet fuel, which is like the best VATS chem in the game. It allows you to craft ultra jet, which isn't that important, but still it's pretty good. And it affects the duration of all your chems. You can get jet to 45 seconds with Chemist. It's absurd. It's cheating. I would say it's cheating at rank 4 to use jet. There's also the fact that Chemist, like I said earlier, is almost more efficient at dealing with your addictions than Chem Resistant, because refreshing beverage is locked behind Chemist on survival. Yes, that's another reason Chemist is really good, because refreshing beverage is one of 2 ways to get rid of rads that have no downsides. 3 ways to get rid of rads without doctors that don't have downsides. Um, Either refreshing beverage, ghoulish, or mutant hound chops. And refreshing beverage is definitely the best. Refreshing beverage gets rid of all your addictions, 10% of your rads, and heals you, and takes care of thirst. It's crazy. But also Chemist last long enough, out like for normal chems like Mentats or something, that even if you get addicted, you can just take another and stay under the effect long enough to go to a doctor. It almost invalidates chem resistant. Chem resistant is only if you really like to spam jet into the late game. But honestly, yeah, 45 seconds of jet is crazy. And then obviously Chemist is really important to, if you do a crit build where you want to do crits outside of VATS. So, Chemist is S tier. No question. I used to kind of sleep on it because I didn't like managing chems, but ever since I realized how easy it is to manage fertilizer and plastic, I was like, damn, jet is kind of cracked. It might be better than armor. No, because it's temporary. You can get some pretty ridiculous damage resistance by stacking the right chems. Robotics expert. Rad arches, doctors, nuke variants, and the anti-rad medicine you get from Brotherhood of Steel for bringing viable blood samples. What is this? Okay, I do know that Nuka Grape gets rid of it, but that's also like a rare DLC item. BOS medicine. Fallout 4. I've never heard of this. I don't care about that. What if I try anti-rad? They give you the mysterious serum? Wait, what is this? No, it's not mysterious serum. It's called X something. X. Oh, are you talking about X cells? Rarely sold by Knight Captain Cade. No, X cells are pretty good too. If you could craft X cells with Chemist, Chemist would be like the best perk in the game. Just having free permanent +2 stats would be crazy. I forgot about decontamination arches, which I think you need a certain amount of science to make too. Which just makes science really good too. I forgot that Mysterious Serum does remove rads, but it has a downside. It's also rare. X11 compound, sure. The X11 compound is an anti-radiation medicine created by Senior Scribe Naraya on the Pridwin. What is this? Minus 700 rads. 6 are given after giving her more than 20 viable blood samples. We'll take all blood samples from source of our inventory and pay 50 caps each. Speaking to her again, choosing X11. We'll award 6 compounds that have been turned in since the last time. To maximize the amount of X11, drop or store all but 20 blood samples before speaking to her. We'll find this less useful. Weighs 3 times as much as Radaway. Even without medic, is less efficient than Radaway as 3. Okay, furthermore, the rad comes in large dose, which forces one to wait longer before using the compound if they don't want to waste it. Only removes 60 rads, but it removes them instantly, while Radaway removes them over time. Does not induce fatigue or temporarily increase vulnerability to illness. That's like a really specific item that you're not going to have a ton of. Chemist is still S tier. If you have 100, just put 80 in a box and you were 20 at a time. That's useful, but I don't know. Refreshing beverage is good enough. I was moving something and I lost track of it. Is this robotics expert? Yeah, because that's gun nut. So this is robotics expert. Robotics expert is the gatekeeper to A tier. That's just one clip. There are so many. Here we go. I remember this one too. I'll crank up the quality a little bit. Yeah, I mean, just look at how much better he is than Spray and Pray. Infinite Gatling laser. So unlike most companions where you need to give them really high amount of ammo to make use of automatics, just built in. Look at that rate of fire. And look at that accuracy over that distance. You imagine Piper doing that? Extreme mobility if you give them something like a Mr. Handy Thruster too. So unlike someone like Piper and Kate who are just going to sit there and hide behind a wall. You can really chase down an enemy if the AI pathing works right. I mean, that's good enough to just stand there, but it's crazy the automatrons you can create in this game. The power armor guy. Yeah, look at that health. It's just melting. It's just like sliding down. It's like a cheese grater. Yeah, look at this guy. He's like a little bitch. He's just hiding behind Codsworth. Yeah. Automatrons are crazy in this game. But they take way too much investment to be S tier. I mean, with these, you just take them, right? But, like, I don't know, man. You gotta go get the workbench, and then you also gotta, like, do the Mechanist quest to get them. And then you gotta do, like, Star Control to get the Nuka World ones. And then you've gotta, like... And then you've gotta, like, get the resources, which, like, for Automatrons are pretty fucking intensive. Then you've also got to, like, give up whatever companion you have, so you're not going to get companion perks. They're too limited. But obviously, in terms of combat effectiveness, these are the best companions in the game. Outside of, like, Dogmeat, because he counts for Lone Wanderer. Every type of explosive weapon, and I think the assault rifle is the best. Mini time takes time to spin up, and the shotgun's too slow. Semi or automatic shotgun for sure isn't good as an explosive. I would only use the shotgun explosive with sniper, personally. Because if you combine rank 3 and sniper, you have like double the radius to knock down an enemy with all your explosive pellets. Which gets really crazy. It gets so stupid. Minigun? Weirdly enough, I really like the slow minigun. The one that has like the triangle barrel and it's super slow. I like that one because I can aim better with it. With explosive. The assault rifle is definitely the best automatic though, I think, in the game. God, the assault rifle is so fun. Nuclear physicist. Radiation damage is almost worthless. This mainly impacts the gamma gun. The gamma gun is the only viable damage weapon based on this. And then you can eject your fusion cores as grenades. That's okay. You have to have something to get away from the explosion, like a jetpack or like some real sprinter, like overdriven legs, and like jet. But if you combine this with a demolition expert, those fusion core explosions are powerful. It actually just might be unviable to do it with rank 3 of demolition expert though. I think the radius is too big. But obviously the biggest draw is your power armor lasts longer. Your power armor will last twice as long, and so will your Gatling lasers. Power armor and Gatling lasers are really good. Nine intelligence is a bit steep, but also like, you know, S tier, A tier, A tier, A tier. You know, maybe intelligence isn't too bad to raise. I'm gonna put it right behind Pain Train. Actually above. It has more uses than Pain Train. I'm trying to think if I missed anything. Lorenzo's artifact can be put on a legendary gamma gun as a mod, and it's the funniest gun in the game. I'm gonna be real and admit I've never used a Lorenzo's gun. I've used the gamma gun before, but I've never used a Lorenzo's. I know that it's like Krem's Tooth, where it's technically not a legendary effect, it's a mod. So you can technically stack it, I think. What is it, this Nerd Rage? It's better than Rooted, I would say. It's the best conditional damage reduction in the game. Because it activates when you need it the most. It also buffs your damage when it activates, which is pretty useful. The slow time effect is like Jet, and at the final rank you get health back when this activates. There's a really interesting combo where you combine this with Unyielding. The video is like the junkie build, the adrenaline junkie build or something like that. It's technically very powerful, but there's a weird issue on survival where if your hunger increases, your endurance drops, so it activates Nerd Rage and it gets bugged, and you have to restart the game for it to go away. But technically it's very powerful. Add it to Unyielding, you beat me to it. It's really strong on Unyielding. When I tried my Unyielding build, this was a cornerstone of the run, was Nerd Rage. Because you're gonna constantly fall to 20% from 25. Nerd Rage, and then also the intelligence requirement isn't that bad, because like look at all these amazing intelligence perks. Going to 10 isn't that bad. This is Gunslinger. I'm gonna put it right behind Rifleman. Guns. So for guns, right? I think Gunslinger is better for VATS builds, whereas I would say Rifleman is better for a manual fire build. If you want to stay in VATS, use pistols, and if you want to manually aim yourself, use rifles. Because the knockdown effect from sniper is only manual activation. It doesn't work in VATS. But with this, you get the Deliverer and Kellogg's pistol, which is just a nasty combo. You start with the 10 mil, which is like one of the best pistols in the game. You get the Righteous Authority like right after that, which is a pretty good pistol. You can use those two weapons alone to reach the Railroad and get Deliverer. And then you can use the Deliverer and Righteous Authority to get Kellogg's pistol. I mean, that's just a build right there. Like, what other weapons do you have? You have the Gainer, I think, early on, right? You get Eddie's Piece. The Wastelander's Friend from Bunker Hill. And then, if you happen to get a good legendary effect, all the pipe pistols can be kind of useful. Pipe weapons are kind of bad on non-automatics, but they're okay with the right effect. Like a 2-shot pipe pistol, or bolt action pipe pistol. Pretty good. But yeah, just Kellogg's pistol and the Deliverer go crazy. And the 10 mil you start with is amazing. So, you can honestly just beat the game with those 3 weapons. Just use the 10 mil you get and upgrade it with Gun Nut. And then just get to the Deliverer and swap it out. And then use Kellogg's pistol to stay in VATS. I mean, it's that simple. It's that easy. There's also the fact that, at least for me, it feels like manually aiming pistols feels the best. You get significantly less recoil per shot. Stuff like that. It feels better to aim for them for me. Deliverer is great for VATS builds. It's a cornerstone. Commando is worse than those two, but I like it a lot more. It's better than big leagues. It's better than big guns too. Commando builds are just less ammo efficient versions of Gunslinger and Rifleman, but it's got more weapon versatility. It's got the most weapon versatility in the game for sure. Like, the only ammo types you can't use are like 308, 50. I think that's like it. Like maybe harpoons. Like, you just have like all weapons available to you because of the customization in the game. For me, I'm really bad at aiming, so I love using automatic weapons to just pile into an enemy, especially explosive. Furious, the splatter cannon, is like one of the craziest weapons in the game. I can't believe they give that to you as a fixed spawn. Forgot to mention that with Rifleman. Rifleman and Commando are insane because you have the splatter cannon and the problem solver. They're the only ways to get Furious weapons, Furious effects on ranged weapons in the vanilla game. And they're both crazy because of it. Furious is like the strongest effect on any gun. It's better than Explosive, for sure. Which is probably why they limit it to like 2 fixed spawns. But a Furious automatic weapon goes crazy. Like, a Furious pipe automatic weapon is better than, like, the Spray and Pray. If you play with mods that enable it, it's really crazy. Not to mention the handmade rifle is just good. The Kiloton Radium Rifle is also a fixed spawn. The Kiloton Radium Rifle is also a fixed spawn, and you only need 1 rank of Science and Gun Nut to get it to automatic. I'm actually in the middle of like a Far Harbor at level 1 thing, and the Kiloton Radium Rifle is the only reason it's possible. I was able to get through Dima's memory base with the Kiloton. That's like how powerful it is. But yeah, in general, automatics just make really good use of Explosive if you're like bad at aiming, like me, and Furious for the splatter cannon. There's also just the logic that if you take Scrounger, you'll end up with so much background ammo that you might as well use automatics. Like, if you pick Scrounger, you'll have so much 38 ammo that you might as well just keep an automatic 38 with you. Or an automatic pipe pistol. Or rifle. But as for the perks, I wouldn't invest into it. I do think the best Weapon for sure is the assault rifle though. 80 mag, like no recoil, like perfect accuracy. Works well with a silencer. It's pretty good. Wait, this is commando. What is this? Space in here. Oh, this would be sneak. Yeah, sneak is like S tier. Yeah. I mean, if you're undetected, you just do more damage. So it's basically a damage perk. If you're undetected, you don't get hit as often. So it's like a damage reduction perk. And then there's like the convenience perks that remove floor traps. So like you can technically just use dents on your armor and get a similar result. But you can also just never trigger an explosion ever. And use that body slot for something else. They're really synergistic. And then yeah, being sneaky is just good for damage. You get a flat double bonus damage, which stacks with crits. And if you combine that with Mr. Sandman, Ninja, Deacon, you can get, I think, and Ace Operator, you can get above a 5x multiplier. Which is crazy. And the Throat Slicer, Problem Solver, and Grenades kept me alive. Crickets are little murder monsters, and Protectrons are unstoppable Terminators. I don't think I could do Nuclear World level 1. I'm not a true gamer. Mr. Sandman. Fall me a 4. Make it the outest that I've ever seen. Where are those like conditional damage perks I had? It's like I'd say it's the best. Yeah. I mean, you're never gonna get the Sandman kill, like ever. But you don't need to. It's fun when it happens, but you're probably not gonna get the Sandman kill. The silenced weapon is what you're really going for here. And I mean, it's just free bonus damage. It's not as good as Ninja, but it stacks. It's also less agility dependent than Ninja, I think, right? Yeah, by a few points. So if you don't want to raise agility until later on, you can take this instead. And yeah, it's just bonus damage. It stacks with things like awareness and the night magazine, and you know, it's good. Action Girl, it's like the most underwhelming really good perk ever. It's A tier. Like, every build benefits from it, but you never want to take it because it's so minimal. VATS builds need this because it affects how your action points regen for combat. It affects how long you can run, and it also affects your ability to use strong back effectively. But it's really underwhelming. The fact that it takes 3 ranks to get to 75 is kind of bad. Like, if this was 2 ranks and it went to double, I think it would still be underwhelming. Moving target. I mean, it's like sort of just Action Girl, but like better and worse at the same time. It's better than Rooted, for sure. Man, you never want to take it for those first 2 ranks, though, do you? This is a really good example of a perk that would be drastically altered if it was split into different perks. If there was like an alternate perk where the 3rd rank was its own perk and the first 2 were their own, I don't think anyone would ever take those first 2. You know, you're always taking it to get to that 3rd rank. I'm going to put it above Rooted because of that. But it's necessary, it makes you sprint longer, and it affects strong back. And if you're doing a melee build, you want literally everything early possible, so it's useful for melee. It's useful for melee rushdown, like with Paint Train, which is why it's above Rooted. Ninja's S tier. Endurance affects how slow AP goes down. Agility affects how quickly they come back. Yeah, it's not worthless, but it just doesn't feel very good. Ninja, I'm not sure if it should be above explosions or not, though. Ninja's really overpowered. The AI is pretty easy to manipulate in this game, if you know what you're doing. It kind of drains some of the fun out to manipulate the AI, but if you're playing optimally, manipulating the AI with ninjas is overpowered. I mean, from there, you just take ninja and sneak together, and you're unstoppable. Combine it with, like, shadowed armor from this, the bobblehead, you're never going to get spotted. And, like, a good sniper rifle for sniper and rifleman. You can even combine it with explosions somewhat, because the baseball grenade is undetectable. So, yeah, Ninja's really broken. Funny thing about Ninja, it doesn't affect Iron Fist. The 10 times modifier only affects melee weapons, not fist weapons. In case you were curious. So, rip unarmed. You can't use unarmed in power armor, and you can't use it with stealth. That's why unarmed is so low. Unarmed might really be a D tier perk. But you do get the Furious Power Fist. That's Blitz. That's Gun Fu. So this is Quick Hands. Quick Hands is a really underwhelming A tier perk. There's a bug in vanilla where Quick Hands won't apply to power armor weapons. So there's that, but otherwise it's really useful. There's multiple times where if you take this, how quickly you can reload will save you from a respawn. If you use big guns in particular, this is like invaluable. And what else? It's really useful if you use something like the double barrel, or the lever action, or like a revolver that's got a very limited number of shots. It's very useful for those, and it's especially useful for big guns. A minigun with quick hands reloads faster than like a combat rifle with no perks, or quick eject mags mods. Quick hands can really change how you fight. It also stacks with quick eject. So like if you have like a quick eject drum mag on like an assault rifle, and you take quick hands, it's just like, bah, and you're just reloaded just like that. But it's really useful. The second rank makes it so that you don't get VATS cost from reloading in VATS, which is like okay. It doesn't cost anything anyways, really, so it doesn't matter. And then the third rank is 10 action points, which is basically 1 point of agility. It's kind of like the whole like Vans things, where it's like 2 points of intelligence for 2 points of perception. It's like 2 points of a perk for 1 agility. It's kind of not worth it, but it does stack over 10. So if you have like 10 agility and you take this, it's like you had 11. It's kind of useful, but it's really just that first rank. The best part of it's free. You just need high agility. That's why I don't think it's at S tier or anything, because you need really high agility for it. Blitz, S tier. Blitz is like the reason melee is viable in survival. Otherwise, you just take too much damage. But the fact that you can just close the gap like that is crazy. Blitz also works in conjunction with stealth. So, ninja, right? If you're sneaking and you VATS up to someone, it's guaranteed to be a stealth attack for the first one no matter what. And then, as long as they don't detect you, all the next consecutive attacks are stealth attacks still in VATS. So, like, on a melee build, combining Blitz and Ninja can, like, usually get you, like, 50 times damage in one chain. It's really crazy. You can get it even higher with stuff like the Stealth Blade modification, Deacon's perk. Not Mr. Sandman, though. Unless Mr. Sandman affects the Stealth Blade. But I don't think it does. But yeah, it's really powerful. You can combine this with some of the Nuke World perks like Pack Operator. Or Pack Alpha and I don't know, the Disciples perk. There's also like a Scav magazine that I think affects specifically the combat knife. So like with stealth attacks, you can get that pretty high. But honestly, I never had a problem just getting one stealth attack off with like a sledgehammer that was fully modified. And that would do enough damage that I didn't need more than one hit. It got to the point to where with Ninja and Blitz, I could one-shot a legendary Mirelurk Queen. So, I think it's pretty powerful. There's not really that much to say. It eliminates the biggest weakness of melee. It's like the reason melee becomes viable in the same way that ranged weapons are. It's like the only reason too. The only thing you have to watch out for is that VATS is very buggy with melee in this game. It can't handle height elevation changes at all in VATS. And it'll usually just lead to you using your like wind attacks where you mentally attack your opponent and they take damage. But yeah, even with that drawback, Blitz is S tier. If you're building your agility for melee, you build it to 9 to get Blitz at level 1. Gun Fu kind of sucks. Where's like these conditional damage perks? Blitz 2 is OP, you're right. I didn't even mention the fact that the second rank of Blitz makes you deal more damage the further away you are. So not only are you like shortcutting melee, you're getting more damage out of it. So I forgot about that. Yeah, it's 3 times damage at the highest range, so that's 30 times on one sneak attack. That is so crazy. It's so ridiculous, man. You can also stack this with criticals, which we're going to get to. Which I think at the most would make that, like, what, 60 times damage in one hit? It's fucking crazy. Melee damage gets out of control really quickly. I guess it's to compensate for how ruthless it is to actually try to, like, fight anything without dying. Yeah, Blitz is crazy. Gun Fu is, like, the worst conditional damage perk. You need 10 agility for it. Like, you don't really want high agility for most builds. It's dependent on you fighting multiple enemies, and it's dependent on you actually being able to get that many VAT shots off. On a deliverer build, it's pretty good. On pretty much anything else, it's not that good. I've also had a lot of issues with the guaranteed criticals on this, where it just doesn't seem to really work. It'll do less damage than it should be doing for a critical, and they still sometimes miss when it's a Gun Fu critical. But that's anecdotal. That might just be like a me thing. Trying to think. It combines really well with Preston's perk. Because at that point you're just doing like a flat 50 and 75% damage to all your targets. When it fires, because of Preston's perk, if you can stack them. But again, that only means that when the enemies are there. And like usually if you fight a ton of enemies at once, you kind of like are like going through the waves. So that means it just helps you take down the easy ones easier. And then like the boss of the area is probably still going to be alone. So it's really weird. It's hard to rank. I'd rather have Rooted on a melee build than Gun Fu on a range build. I did over 2,000 damage with my Throat Slicer, but I think it bugged out when I did a Yao Guai roast. We don't talk about Yao Guai. We don't talk about Yao Guai roast here. Yeah, Yao Guai roast is kind of stupid. I'm so glad I didn't try Yao Guai roast until I was basically done with my melee build. It would have ruined it for me to know that all that effort I put in to get my numbers super big, I could have just taken that one item. Fortune Finder? Fortune Finder is one of the few perks that is drastically altered in usefulness based on survival. So let's get this out of the way. Scrounger is like A tier. It's useful in all builds, right? If you're melee, sell all of the ammo you get and it's worth a crazy amount. Yep, it ruined it and made it too easy. It's ridiculous. Yeah, you just start ragdolling people. So Scrounger is amazing for money making. It's better for money making than Fortune Finder. But on true survival, you only have like 100 and I think like 30 pounds or something. So Fortune Finder being weightless is kind of better on pure survival if you don't re-enable your vanilla carry weight. Because that ammo gets really heavy really quickly. Scrounger is also really useful because it gets you more fusion cores, I think. Every now and then there will be a box that has 4, which is really useful for power armor builds. And then Scrounger... What's the last thing Scrounger does? It helps with not YCS, Gauss Rifle. The Gauss Rifle ammo. Specifically. Gauss Rifle ammo is kind of rare. Scrounger makes it start spawning, I think, at level 30. And then Fortune Finder is just worse Scrounger, but it's kind of useful on survival because it's weightless. Put it like up here. I really adore the Fortune Finder explosions, though. I know that that's purely just for like flare. It gives you like 12 caps or whatever, but I love it so much. The little explosion that enemies do and the little animation of the Vault Boy winking, I adore it so much. I always take rank 4 of this no matter what because I love that so much. Scrounger also has a different benefit at the end of it where when you fire your last round you can get your ammo back, and there's a chance of this. So if you're using something like the minigun, you can get 500 5mm rounds back. If you're using like the 44 Magnum or the double barrel where you're like constantly reloading, you'll constantly get your ammo back. But this only works if you empty your clip. So if you use something like an assault rifle and you fire 20 rounds, you would either have to not reload or waste 40 rounds to try and get those rounds back. I'm like a reload junkie where I just constantly spam reload, so this isn't that useful, but just the ammo you get is really useful. Fortune Finder, yeah, it's more useful than all these, I would say. Bloody mess, what a picture. It's just flat damage, it's good. And it's all your damage types too. Rank 4? I never seem to trigger rank 4 very often. But when it triggers, it's useful, I guess. I don't think you get experience for it, though. And then, yeah, 15% damage on everything. I mean, it's just unconditional damage. I mean, I keep putting all these perks here because they're conditional. The one that doesn't have a condition is going to be better. I mean, it stacks with, like, Lone Wanderer, for instance. That's just immediate 40% damage on top of whatever your weapon type is. You get that to, like, 140, then, like, what, the 30 penetration, so, like, 170. And then if that's, like, a shotgun with explosive, that's, like, what? Like, almost 300% damage increase. Yeah. Mysterious Stranger. Sorry, I'm barreling through the luck perks because they're really simple. I would put it there. That might be too high for Mysterious. I might be like the only person that would ever put it that high. Lone Wanderer is the first perk I pick. That's pretty fair on survival. I usually pick Idiot Savant though, which is I guess spoilers, but Mysterious Stranger is like basically insurance. Like if you can't kill something in VATS and you know it, you can just waste shots trying to get Mysterious Stranger to proc. This is anecdotal, but ever since the next gen update, he seems to spawn a lot more often. Because I remember I used to take him very early in my runs, and I would see him maybe once or twice in like 50 hours. But it feels like every time I take Mysterious Stranger, I see him like once an hour. Like he shows up, like just with the first rank too. And he's constantly showing up with the later ranks. So I think they changed him. That might just be me being crazy though. But there are like bullshit things where you have like no chance to actually kill your opponent in VATS. but you'll just queue up a bunch of shots anyways, or you'll just cure up one shot at a time. And if you just keep doing one shot at a time, you're basically just gambling for the stranger to come out. The later ranks where if you kill someone you get a crit is also crazy, because then you can just land like a crit headshot and then Grim Reaper Sprint will trigger, and you'll get another crit and your action points back. Like, Mysterious Stranger is really powerful, but it's like entirely luck based. So it's not consistent at all. I can't put him very high. Mysterious Stranger is great for pistol VATS builds. It is true. Oh, that was a good. That was a bad pop. I might have to move him down. Most people really are not that strong on Mysterious Stranger. Putting him above big leagues is wild, kind of. But honestly, I think I would rather use pistols and miss my shots on purpose, gambling for the stranger, than use melee sometimes. Idiot Savant's S tier. It's the best perk in the game. It's real neck and neck with Lone Wanderer, but basically, right, you want those Lone Wanderer ranks, and you get those Lone Wanderer ranks with experience. So, the perk that gives you more experience is the perk that gives you Lone Wanderer. It's kind of that simple. If you really want to get into the math of it, some dude made a breakdown on Reddit to where essentially rank 2 of Idiot Savant with 1 intelligence is better than high intelligence until you get to 16. And then once you get to 16, you should take Idiot Savant anyways. It's really weird how it works out. But anecdotally, builds I've done where my intelligence has gotten to like 25-ish, you know, level up faster than builds where I have Idiot Savant and low intelligence. But if I'm not doing crazy intelligence maxing stuff, it's about the same as just having 10 intelligence and wearing like sharp armor. Idiot Savant is good if you have intelligence. If you don't, you can reduce your intelligence through thirst. That is true. You can do some scummy stuff like that, where you drink alcohol and get thirsty for when you're crafting, because you're in a safe environment. So you can just like keep it low when you're crafting for the experience, or you can manipulate it for quest turn-ins to lower it. It's an all-around perk. I get a lot better results out of rank 3, for sure, because you can do things like manipulate your hacker and lockpicks in the world that you gain experience from, your speech checks that you gain experience from. What else do we have? A lot of these don't really give you experience, do they? But all your crafting perks, if you have like chemist, you can cook more chems in the middle of dungeons to proc rank 3 of Idiot Savant. It's one of the reasons that you can keep up leveling once you get to like the 60s and 70s where it really slows down. If you're like in Far Harbor and you get rank 3 proc while you're surrounded by enemies, that's just a level. The argument against it is if you like to slow level, which I don't really understand, because there's no depth to your character creation in Fallout 4 besides how you build your special and level up perks. So by doing that, you kind of take away the only amount of building you actually do in the game. So I don't understand slow leveling, because it goes against Fallout 4's design. But that might just be me. If you have a good argument for slow leveling, leave it in the comments below. Whoopee. But it just feels like it's always useful. It's more consistent to trigger on low intelligence, but if it triggers on high intelligence, that's more overall experience. I've never had an issue with it. Better criticals. Where would I put this? It's hard for me to say it's worse than Bloody Mess, but I also don't feel like putting it in A tier. I think it's better than Bloody Mess for sure. I don't know where I'd put it though. I think on a VATS build, I still think it's less impactful than like Penetrator or Concentrated Fire. It's just bonus damage when you crit. It's as simple as it gets. I think the strongest application of it is that it affects your out-of-combat crits from like Basher and Overdrive. But it's not as impactful as things like Concentrated Fire. I would rather hit an enemy in the head like 4 times than get 1 crit. Personally. I guess that's why Critical Banker is so busted. Critical Banker works in conjunction with Idiot Savant rank 3 and Gun Fu. So if you save up your crits, then you can make it to where your first 3 hits of Gun Fu... Where did I put it? Where is it? There it is. You can guarantee your first 3 hits of Gun Fu, which makes every shot after that a critical. So if you're using a weapon like the Deliverer, you can crit your first 3 banked up shots, and then every shot after that is a critical, as long as it's on a different target than the first 3. There are some really crazy scenarios you can do with that, but they're not common. They're just really fun when they do happen. The better application of Critical Banker is that when you trigger rank 3 of Idiot Savant, you can burn through all the things you've saved up to kill enemies quicker to get more experience faster. Slow leveling makes the level up and gaining a new perk a little more special. I experienced this on the level 1 Nuka World run because I needed low intelligence because I had to get to Transit Center about level 1. I just COC'd to the Nakano residence. Otherwise, I guess you would just kind of run over and over and avoid the locations. Grim Reaper Sprint, S tier, for sure. Grim Reaper Sprint combo is crazy with Critical Banker and Idiot Savant. It is probably the single most impactful VATS perk if you're doing a VATS build. It's definitely better than Banker. It's better than Blitz. Is it better? It's not better than Ninja, but it works with Ninja really well. Grim Reaper Sprint is powerful for sure. It's just like killing an enemy gives you a chance to get all your action points and a critical back. If you can kill enough enemies, you can almost guarantee that you stay in VATS forever. It's like more action point efficient than Action Girl. Or leveling up your agility at all. Yeah, there are builds where it's better to go into luck for the sake of your agility through Grim Reaper Sprint than agility, like for your action points. It's really bizarre how that works. Action points are really weird in this game, because it almost feels like high endurance and Grim Reaper Sprint are more efficient for maintaining your action points than agility, which is like your raw action points. I mean, obviously they all combo, but if you can only pick one or the other, it's just really bizarre. But yeah, this pairs really well with things like Critical Banker, which kind of guarantees that you're going to get a kill. And Idiot Savant, it can keep you in VATS, which because of things like this that make you stronger in VATS. You know, the headshot bonus. It can keep you stronger, essentially. Because if you build your VATS character right, you're stronger inside of VATS than you are outside of it. Even with melee, like with Rooted. Like with Rooted and Grim Reaper Sprint, you're just doing more damage inside of VATS. And Blitz. It combos so well with Blitz too. It was so crazy. The moment that I unlocked Grim Reaper Sprint, I basically had to stop managing my AP outside of VATS. I needed to get the Fat Man Mini Nuke and Power Armor from the Robotics Disposal Ground because of the Assaultron Guardian of the Transit Center. So low intelligence was necessary. Yeah, that was the thing I was the most interested in for Nuka World, is how do you actually get there at level 1 if you have to fight all those goons outside? I can't imagine you actually getting there at level 1 without, like, 1 intelligence from, like, when you start your character. Even then, do you just have to run past the roaches and de-aggro them? Because they give you, like, a decent amount of intelligence, or experience. But yeah, Grim Whisper's crazy. Four-leaf clover is like the pinnacle of like worthless because it's 9 luck. It's pretty good, obviously, but it's not the best. I'd put it below Mysterious Stranger. It just gives you an 8, 10, 12, and 14% chance to get a critical with every shot. I like to use a mod that lets you pick any perk regardless of your special, so your special build at the start is not tied to what perks you can take. And with 1 luck, this is an amazing perk. But at 9 luck, you don't really feel it as often. It's as simple as it gets. It's just not useful because of where it is on the requirements. Ricochet. Where's like all the damage reduction perks? It's worse than a refractor for sure. Ricochet is so bad. I love it. Don't get me wrong. And I love that it has a little animation on screen. That's why I always take it. But Ricochet's bad. Ricochet is real bad. With rank 3 of Ricochet, I feel like I've only seen it maybe 5 times in a playthrough. Like 50, 60 hour playthroughs. It's not. It's so rare. And it's 10 luck, too. I mean, when it works, it's powerful, right? But damn. It's not these 2 levels, but it's pretty bad. It's so fun, though. I love taking it and seeing it if I'll get a proc. But, is anything too low or too high? Commando heavy guns and melee weapons are a tier below the good guns. You kill the robot with a critical nuke that you can build up by shooting God's worth. If any gunners survive, then only 1 comes inside with you when you run into a transit center. I think Show Me Love is DMCA. I don't think I should play that. I'm trying to look at this. Is there anything that I should change? I'm not gonna lie. I think Iron Fist is too high. I think Iron Fist is really bad. Basher should... You know what? Basher should be lower and Iron Fist should be there. Why is Intimidation higher? Oh yeah, you can move people. I found out. Chem resistant. Chem resistant is not better than Black Widow. Vans is better than Chem resistant. Well, I don't know. Chems are kind of good. This is fine for the most part. Yeah, like the super gimmicky rad build. And there's a mini nuke you can grab before you take on Coulter. Trying to convince you to give it a try. We'll have to see, man. I don't know. Far Harbor was rough enough. I don't know about Nuka World. I already know the strats from Jabbo. It just doesn't sound fun to try. Because I already know how to skip the gauntlet. I've learned how to skip the gauntlet because I just don't like doing it. It's so long. I don't want to do it, man. So Sandman is better than Steady Aim. Awareness is better than Steady Aim, let's be honest. think 9% is better than steady aim. Nerd Rage is better than steady aim. And awareness. Rooted? No, Rooted is worse than these because they can be out of damage, and that's better than Rooted. Gun Fu is worse than Rooted. Mysterious Stranger is worse than Gun Fu. Four Leaf Clover is worse than Mysterious Stranger. Yeah, the weapon types. Medic, you know, Medic's A tier. That's like a really specific, weird, rad build that you do where Medic is not good. Concentrated Fire is better than better criticals. Penetrator is almost as good as Concentrated Fire. Yeah, I'm fine with this. Isn't there like a way to zoom out? Whoa, that's weird. Oh no. Here we go. Now you can see every perk. Alright, I'm gonna go take a leak. I'm gonna record this and then hopefully try and trim it down at some point. But I'll be taking a leak. I'm gonna get water, then I'm gonna come back and do more tier lists. I make some great mentats and talk to Mason to get Problem Solver and collect every bone skull from the Disciples area. Convert into grenades. There's also an OP rocket bat in the park area to use. I know for sure the Problem Solver is like the pipeline of the run. Just in the same way the Kiloton Iridium Rifle would be. It just doesn't sound as fun. Far Harbor is miserable. It's mostly tedious. I tried not to fast travel too much to make it sort of, you know, more fun. More in the spirit of it. But, like, realistically, you just have to get Aqua Boy and swim around the map over and over. It's so awful. That's why I don't want to finish that run, because I know it's just going to take a ton more swims over back and forth to get the armor. And then to keep making jet. Alright, four companions. Tier list. Companions are the big one, right? Which one? Talk to your waifu. Oh no. What is that thing? What is that? The Rad Rats. The Rad Rat Pack. Oh, here we go. I already made this one. No, that's not mine. Is it? No, this was not. Yeah, because I'm... This one has all of them, I think. Alright, dog meat's the first one you get, and he's probably the best. It's pretty easy. You get to activate Lone Wanderer when you have him. It's kind of cheating, but that's how it is. I think originally they wanted to let you have dog meat with other people, because almost all the companions have remarks for you having dog meat. It might be because of reunions, but there's a lot of contextual dialogue that's very weird. Like X88, who you cannot have at that point, has remarks for dog meat. And specifically, he remarks about dog meat setting off a trap and calling him stupid for it. So, that world would be really interesting if you could have dog meat plus someone else. But yeah, Lone Wanderer is really good. It's kind of boring, obviously. Who's the next companion you get? Codsworth? You're not going to really have access to the robot building when you get Codsworth. You're probably going to get Preston right after. He's really jacked in melee. Those little saws will kill like alpha dogs in like one hit. He's really powerful. Don't sleep on him. But and his perk is like damage reduction, right? Damage resistance against robots. It's useful. I don't think it's gonna stop you from dying to a head laser, but it's still something. It's also easy to get his perk because he likes it when you craft. So I mean, like, all you got to do is craft. Personality wise, he's whatever. It's kind of funny that out of all the companions, you'd think he talks like the most shit. Wasteland Whisper and Robotic perks are great for temporary companions. Having a pet mire work clean as a bodyguard is hilarious. I guess you just gotta hope you get that role. Obviously, Codsworth is a robot, so he's got to be A tier. But that's only Automatron carrying him. Next, you would probably get Preston. Where's Preston? There he is. He's like, okay. His perk is really powerful. You don't technically have to do the castle to get it, but you'll probably have to. Because if he starts asking about the castle, getting his perk can be really weird. He's a terrible shot. He's like bafflingly bad. He sucks. His companion perk is powerful though. I think it's just 20% damage if you're outnumbered. That's good. That's awesome. And I think you're even a little bit tankier when you're outnumbered too. So I mean, that's cool. Considering the amount of settlement quests you can do early on, it's pretty possible to get his perk before you get to Piper. So you might actually get his perk like before it's time to get another companion. Same with Codsworth. I think these two were intentionally designed to kind of run their course before you get to Diamond City. Because if you're kind of taking advantage of what they like, you can max them out pretty quickly. But Preston is pretty limited. I mean, you can give him better clothes and armor and weapons, but it's going to take like outside materials. It kind of sucks. And as much as I hate him, Preston has a good perk. Yeah, he's not... You know what? I should record this. I'll record this, and I'll just hope that YouTube recorded the rest of it, and I'll sync them up. Preston... I don't like Preston's personality. He's kind of interesting. He's like really fascinating from like a meta perspective, Because his entire character exists so that he can be stuck and conquered and need to be rescued by you. It's it's like bizarre. It's like fascinatingly awful. He literally talks about how he was ready to give up in life and that the only reason he didn't is because you came along. Like, even down to the fact that he was like suicidal and you have to come like rescue him. He literally, as a character, like as a human being, as a person, exists for you to come save him. It's like so bizarre. It's like the most extreme I've ever seen a game write a character to exist for their function of like him giving out radiant quests. He's so unlikable to me because of that. The funniest thing is that you can romance him and then he's just super awkward about it. He always calls you Bae, which is so weird. McCready has a great perk too, Piper, but she's easy to level up. Yes, Piper is very easy to level up. Her companion perk gives you experience for speech checks and locations. Which is why I left him. Oh, thank you for reminding me. Okay, we'll get to Piper in a second. He doesn't like it being a raider. Preston is such a cuck. He's like such a loser. You can like become like the Nuka World overboss and like start taking over Commonwealth settlements and like literally enslaving people as vassals, which is like literally the exact opposite of everything he stands for. And like no matter whether you've been rude to him in every encounter you've had with him, no matter how low his affinity was before, and you saying that if he gets in your way you'll shoot him, he just instantly goes like, yeah, I didn't expect anything else. And then he still gives you Minutemen quests. It's so gross. He's literally got no actual character. He literally exists for the sake of giving you quests. It's so weird. He's so much a video game character that it's like impossible to view him as a real person. Even Codsworth is more believable. He's a fucking robot. At least Codsworth has the nerve, like, if you keep murdering innocent people, to be like, hey, this isn't who you were. Which, like, I guess that's fine for Nora. Nate's kind of a war criminal, but but it's so weird. God, I hate Preston. The fake Preston is better. I've never come across him. Preston also doesn't have a reaction to him, which is really weird. You would think he would. You would think he would care. He doesn't even care that someone else is pretending to be him. I gotta drink a lot of water, dude. My throat's rough. I haven't yapped this much in a while. Alright. Yeah, Preston's perk is really good. That's why he's in B tier. But like everything else, he's like a D or F tier character. I don't know. I think he's more so a victim of this game. I wonder what Preston would have been like if they wrote him in a game like Fallout 3, where they were still a little more daring, you know. Piper has a good perk. I like it because I like leveling up. It's double experience for locations and speech checks passed. I'll take it. That's not very much, but I'll take it. The main reason it's fine is because she has super easy affinity gains. You just need to be, like, decent, and you need to pick locks. So you just need to play the game. You'll max her affinity out in, like, no time. She's super easy. I also like that she has the press cap. It's a guaranteed intelligence hat. I like to take it from her. Her combat potential is worse than Codsworth for sure. She has like the default 10 mil. She has like the 10 mil you pick up in the vault. It sucks. Personality wise, she's kind of bland. She's just like a generic quirky girl. She's got no riz. I kind of like that. She has no riz. She's like bisexual and she still has no riz. because she's into either player character, and she's super awkward when you bring it up. And then she mentions that she like beats off to like Grognak books. And then when you go talk to Magnolia, she like talks about her boobs. And like in every encounter, she's got zero game. It's really funny. It's kind of endearing. It's relatable. If you follow the path, you would get Nick next, right? Where is he? Oh no, does this tier list not have Nick Valentine? There he is. Kate likes if you fast travel naked. She also drinks beer if you put it in her inventory and it's replaced with an empty bottle and one cap. I didn't know that. I'm gonna start giving her beer. I didn't know the naked thing. The all achievements run uses the fact that she likes it when you're naked. Nick Valentine. His companion perk sucks fucking ass. I hate it so much. It's literally just one password guess. But he does have a silly pipe revolver as a weapon. And he's cool, right? I mean, he's just likable. I put him above Preston just because of that. He's not really crazy strong or anything either. Oh, actually, I forgot. He can hack things for you. So, if you have, like, a locked terminal that you can't hack, you can tell Nick to go, and he gets 3 RNG rolls, I think. But the odds are worse the higher the terminal is. Like, for instance, when you're in Fort Hagen looking for Kellogg, you can tell him to go hack the terminal that controls the laser turret in the door, and he has a chance to go unlock it for you, and it's like, that's cool. You know, it makes sense. He's like a robot. He's like a robot guy. He's a robot man. He's also really hard to upgrade armor for, which kind of sucks. You can give him a ballistic weave faded trench coat, but that's it. He's also unique in that if you give him cigarettes, he'll smoke, which I think is cool. It's personality building. Whatever he's doing with it, I don't know. He's like a robot. I don't know what he gets from smoking, but he does it. Okay. If you follow the story really closely, the next area you'll end up in is Good Neighbor, so you would get McCready. Personality-wise, I hate McCready. Really bad. I do not like McCready. His storyline is kind of generic. His character motives are, like, weird and baffling. His disposition system doesn't make any sense if you actually try to analyze most of it and you don't just accept it. He's got a really bad default hunting rifle. His companion perk is locked behind a quest where you'll need to go to like a pretty dangerous gunner camp and then a pretty dangerous ghoul dungeon. But he does have a really good perk. He's like Preston. His perk is actually better. It's 25% accuracy in VATS to the head. And before a certain patch, it was like infinite accuracy. Basically, if you could target your opponent, you could hit the head as long as you had his perk. Which, like, that would make McCready like an A tier character, but his perk got patched, unfortunately. I'm trying to think what else McCready does. He's decently easy to power level because he likes it when you ask for money and when you steal things. Because he's a little fuck. I'm gonna put him below Preston. At least you'll get Preston's perk really early, but I don't know. It's not quite as bad as Kate's final mission, a whole vault full of gunners. The thing is, I like Kate. There's also more reasons to go to that vault than McCready's dungeons. Like a Grognak book and, like, I think a surgery journal. It's not worth it. Yeah, you get one of the bobbleheads from Kate's quest, too. It took me ages to level up McCready. Yeah, if McCready's really interesting because I use unlimited followers. I'm trying not to take that into account, but I use unlimited followers. And it feels like anytime that I have a lot of followers, I have to judge my things based on what will get most of my followers to like me faster. And McCready always tanks because of that. He's such an asshole. You could also get Hancock and Good Neighbor, which is like right there. But realistically, I think you would keep going. If you unlock Shadow of Steel, you get Dance. Let's talk about Dance. Dance is really bulky. He's in power armor no matter what. He's always got, like, I think 1,000 armor. His health increases, so he's really bulky by, like, even the mid game. It's insanely bulky. I'm trying to think. He's got a decent laser rifle. I'm kind of spoiled by customizable weapons. I'm kind of spoiled by being able to customize my companion weapons. I always give him like a sniper rifle with like a recon barrel or a recon scope. But he's got infinite laser rifle. He's good. He's easy to level up because he likes it when you, I think, craft and when you enter power armor. So that's easy to spam. You can actually max his affinity really easily by just keeping him at a settlement and just crafting when he's around, entering power armor and leaving, and then doing it when you come back. The downside is that you have to get really deep into the main story to get his perk. But he does have maybe one of the best perks. There's also the fact that if you want his perk, you have to basically permanently stop being able to talk to Pam because of the way the quest scripting works. When you do Blind Betrayal, it automatically starts Tactical Thinking, which will for some reason lock up Pam into safe mode. So you can't do Railroad Quest if you get Dance's perk. At least from Pam. That's like a small price to pay though, because he does 20% damage against ghouls, mutants, and synths, which are some of the biggest beefcakes in the game, like coursers, behemoths, not behemoths, warlords, and charred ghouls. So being able to punch through them is really good. I don't know about his personality. He's like a Fallout 3 Brotherhood guy in the Fallout 4 Brotherhood. I think that's kind of interesting. I put him right there. And then to get the railroad chip de-analyzed, you'd have to go to Deacon. Deacon... He's one of those companions you can level up just by playing. Because he likes it when you lockpick. So that's nice. You know, he's very easy to level up. His perk is bonus damage when you sneak attack. It's good. And it makes stealth boys longer. I don't use stealth boys, so I don't know if that's good. But I'm going to assume that's good. They don't last long even with this perk though. He's really uncombat efficient. He's really bad, really weak. So he has this really weird armor system where, because he is like a spy, he'll constantly like wear weird clothes. So like, they scripted it really bizarrely, but like when you enter Good Neighbor, right, he's like doing this. So anytime you go back to Good Neighbor, his scripting will make him wear this again. You know, all these different outfits he has everywhere. Like the armor there, like drifter armor outside. And it's really cool for flavor. Like for flavor, it's awesome. Because it makes sense why he's not discovered. Like there's even a dialogue interaction where Exodus is like, I don't know who you are. We have no records on you. And he's just like, well, it's because I'm a nobody. But that means you can't give him armor, because they'll just de-equip it. And sometimes it'll disappear from his inventory, so you can't just re-equip it again. And he has, like, McCready's shit-ass hunting rifle. So he's always going to be like basically unarmored and using like a dog water weapon. He's really weak. But his perk is really strong. It's easy to get. Honestly, I think I'd put him higher than I think most people would, because most people hate the railroad. So, I don't have a problem with the railroad, though. I'd put him above McCready. Not the biggest fan of Deacon, but his perk is great. It is good. You need to get it before I think you get the other perks, though, or else the math doesn't add up right. I can just look it up. Deacon perk ninja bug. Yeah. Obtaining cloak and dagger perk may contribute to a bug where the combination of the sniper perk and armor with the... Whoa, what does that mean? Okay, there's more there's more bugs than I thought. Okay. Yeah, there's weird bugs with this perk. So just get it quickly. And then... What's that funky music you're listening to? This is Metal Harbor from Sonic Adventure 2. Yeah, that's definitely that. I think that's the way I like it. Sonic Adventure 2, Metal Harbor. I want to say Far Harbor because we're talking about Fallout. And then, if you get into the Institute, the last person you're going to get there is X88 from the main story. X88 is really bizarre. So most people don't like X88, and I used to not like him at all either. But weirdly, he's actually got a decent amount of personality. Like, a lot more than you would expect. They kind of try to play him straight as, like, the, like, emotionless synth guy. But he's actually got, like, a decent amount of thoughts on, like, things. Like, literally his entire Affinity dialogue is just him expressing his feelings. So he's obviously not emotionless. It's really bizarre. He has tons of weird interactions with all the companions. Basically, all of the companions either hate him or are weirded out by him. It's really funny to watch. His companion perk is like... What? It's like 20 armor against lasers or something. It's really bad. It's something that's not worth getting to the Institute. A 20 increase to energy, 2 ranks of refractor. Yeah, you're not getting him for his perk. You're getting him because you like him. I love the look. He looks like Blade. He looks so cool. He's weirdly opinionated about things, and I like that he reasonably hates it when you're a good person, because he's like an Institute lapdog. I actually have grown to like him very much, but you get him very late. He's unbelievably weak compared to the coursers you'll fight, and then his perk is dog water, so I put him in C tier. But he's not the worst. I like him quite a bit. I like him more than McCready for sure. Alright. From here, let's see who you would get. You could have gotten Kate a lot earlier. Most people obviously like Kate because she actually has a personality. She's like sarcastic and stuff. She has an Irish accent. That's pretty cool. And she has like a actual like journey where she stops being a junkie because of you. Whereas pretty much everyone else is just like, I feel like kind of better now. Now that I've traveled with you. Her perk is locked behind a companion quest, which kind of sucks. It's a pretty high level gunner dungeon that you're either going to need like a ton of jet or to be really strong for. Her perk isn't correct. It's Trigger Rush, right? Yeah. The original description is 25% faster below 25% health, but it's actually action points. Which is actually really good. It's actually better, I would say. Because if you combine that with something like Kellogg's Pistol for Relentless, then you just need that first shot to trigger your critical. I actually prefer that it functions the way it does. Kate is also really interesting because she's one of the only companions where her default armor can stack armor. So you can put like combat armor or leather armor on her. I like to do studded because I think it looks cool. And then her weapon's shit. Her weapon's really bad. It's like a default double barrel. It's so awful. You're probably better off just having her use the baseball bat she starts with. Low key. But, she's relatively easy to level up. Just be naked around her. Ask for money. Be mean. And then do, I think, drugs initially she likes. And picking locks. So you'll have her affinity in no time. She's, like, free. And then, yeah, I like her. She's, like, smarmy and rude. I'm gonna put her up here. She can also pick locks for you, like Valentine, and I think locks are more valuable. So I'd put it really high. Who else could you get? You could get Strong at Trinity Plaza. Strong's dog water. Strong is, in fact, strong. He has like 25 strength or something ridiculous like that. I can look it up. Yeah, 24. It's crazy. If you would actually attack things, he would be insane. But for some reason, Strong's AI will default to him trying to find a ranged weapon instead of him trying to rush down an enemy. So it just leads to him getting shot a lot while he looks for a weapon. And then, like, he aims with the weapon, and it's usually, like, some shitty pipe weapon, because he has, like, a very limited number of weapons he can use. So then he's doing less damage than he would have if he would have just hit the enemy. So even though he should be, like, arguably the strongest combatant on this tier list, he's, like, really weak. You can't really give him armor. You can give him, like, some really basic mutant armor, but he gives him, I think, like, maybe 40 armor. He has more HP, I guess. It's cool. He's a decent pack mule. Just don't give him ammo, or he'll search for weapons. He is almost impossible to max out affinity for, like, playing naturally. He hates it when you do anything that isn't murdering innocent people or, like, challenging people to fight. He actively dislikes it when you do most of everything else. He specifically dislikes it when you pick locks, which is really hard to get past. And he does not like it, I think, when you pick terminals either. He's like an asshole. He dislikes it when you enter power armor too. So you're gonna be stuck with him for a while if you try to max his affinity. I did find a cheese route for this though, because I remember at one point I was wiping out settlers that I had in my camps because I didn't want them. And anytime you murder an innocent civilian, he loves it. It only took 5 to max out affinity with him. So if you ever want to cheese it, you know, you can do that. But I don't like cheesing it most of the time. To me, a part of the charm is that he hates everything, because that's like what a real mutant would be like. So functionally, he's like really weak in combat. His perk is awful, even for a melee build, because you're not doing unyielding for melee. All right, let's be honest. And his perk only works at 25% health, so you basically get no perk from him. He's like almost impossible to max out. He's very weak in combat, and he's kind of a bad pack mule because you can't really give him all that ammo you're gonna pick up. He's like the worst for sure. You could have picked up Hancock and Good Neighbor. Hancock is essential to Isodoped. Oh, but I should mention I love Strong. I know I just shit on him for like 5 minutes, but I love Strong. There's like a part, anytime you try to swap gear with him, he can go, "Give to me, human." And he says it in like his weird voice. He also looks like Mike Ehrmantraut. Like, tell me you don't see the resemblance. Look at this. He's Mike Ehrmantraut. Once I saw that, it was so impossible to unsee. It is so crazy. You took too long, Strong. You shouldn't have doubted Shroud. I love Strong. Personality-wise, Strong is an S-tier follower for sure. He's so goofy. Just go to a bank vault, and after every lock you pick and the like, they give you go sit for 2 hours and pick the next lock. You can cheese them so hard. There are so many areas where you can cheese locks like that. He's definitely Mike. It's so crazy. But yeah, he's not good for combat. His perk sucks. It's hard to level him up. He's like the worst follower for sure. Personality wise though, Mike Ehrmantraut goes into S tier. I'm so glad I'm not crazy. The moment I recognized it, I had to look it up. Okay. Hancock is necessary for Isodoped. Isodoped is just if you're at 75% HP or less, or you have 25% rads or more, your crit meter fills faster. It sounds pretty bad, but it's not that much of a downside, and I always do VATS builds, so you want to hit that. This stacks with things like the Inquisitor's Cowl, if you want to go down to 70% for 30% rads, which will give you 4 intelligence and faster crit meter build. You can also start mixing in things like rad powered to get more strength if you're going for melee, or unyielding if you want to go really low. And it's really powerful, but the downside is obviously that you take less hits. The reason that I think it's fine is because it's super easy to get the perk. You just have to do chems with him around. And I mean, like, chems are the strongest thing in the game, so you're going to do chems, right? So just play the game. He likes it anytime that you're nice to people, so, you know, I mean, just do settlement quests, he likes that. And he likes it when you do chems. He's super easy to max out. I'm glad you can romance him. Kate flirts with him at one point, which is funny. She says if she ever goes ghoul, she's going for him first. Personality-wise, he's just kind of like a scumbag mayor with like a heart of gold, and it's not very original. I would put him honestly probably here. Curie's in Vault 81. She starts out as a robot, which is pretty good. You can turn her into a death machine. She very quickly switches over to a synth body. For some reason, Curie is bugged, and she has a flat amount of health compared to everyone else. I'm not sure why. But effectively, Curie has like the same health pool that like anyone else would have in their 50s, no matter what level you get her. So if you rush Vault 81, she's really strong as a companion. Like if you, the moment you can do the robot workbench quest, I got a burp. The moment you do the robot workbench quest, if you immediately go get Curie, you can give her dual automatic lasers, and she'll have like an infinite health pool. She's like unstoppable. She's so overpowered if you rush her. Once she becomes a synth, she's still really tanky, and she can wear power armor on top of that health pool, which is cool. But she has like a default laser rifle that she'll constantly like mess with. So it's kind of like a strong thing where she'll kind of start scrounging again. It's kind of bad. She's honestly more effective with a melee weapon, I think, if you don't use mods that change your weapon. It's kind of unfortunate. She's very cute. It's kind of weird because she's like, for all intents and purposes, like a week old as a person, or as like a human. But her entire thing about becoming human, Curie become human, is that you like flirt with her the entire time. It's really scummy, but it's also cute, so I don't know. Her perk is okay. It just heals you if you fall below a certain amount randomly. I've never noticed it one time, but if you rush her, I'm gonna put her there because you can do the Vault 81 quest like low level, super easy. You just have to be careful of like that one area of the vault that has laser turrets, and then the one where there's like a bunch of high level mole rats. There's like one den that has like 2 mothers and a glowing rat or something. But she's really good. She starts off with a laser, so she actually has a ranged attack unlike Codsworth. And if you take away her eyes and give her arms and automatics, she's really powerful. Otherwise, she's like down here for mechanics. There's also the fact that getting her probably means you're getting the mole rat virus. If you want to keep Vault 81 as like, you know, an area you can go to. But yeah, getting the mole rat virus kind of sucks. That was why I put her really low, I think, when I did this a while ago. Also, X88, I forgot, makes an entire faction hostile. There's no way to enter the North Church without them all attacking you. Unlike Dance, where, like, random Brotherhood people will be hostile, but it won't matter. Like, X88 will, like, fill a quest line if you accidentally take them to the wrong place. Curia is also locked behind that mole rat virus, so, like, if you want to use her early, you also have to get that downside earlier, which kind of sucks. The mole rat virus is like kind of easy to ignore by like your 30s or 40s, but like at level like 15, that's like a significant nerf. She also stops becoming a robot very quickly, just like her strongest form. Personality wise though, I think Robot Curie is up here. Ada is an automatron. God, automatrons are so crazy. I don't have that clip pulled up of like a upgraded Codsworth just soloing a gunner camp, but yeah, the automatrons you can create are pretty wild. I think an automatron plus inspirational is actually comparable to like Dogmeat and Lone Wanderer under the right circumstances. At a certain point, you outpower them, but like if you do it right, you can make a really overpowered one very quickly. That will like carry you. Personality-wise, Ada's pretty bland. Obviously, she's a robot. But like, you know, it's nice that she wants revenge. I love that if X88 is around and you call her an individual, he doesn't like it. Which is so fucking weird. It's so funny. Do the mole rats area either melee and blitz? The only playthrough that I didn't catch it. I always thought you caught it no matter what. It's weird. I think also searching their bodies has something to do with it, because I've done it without getting touched once and still caught the virus. I think you have to kill them without getting touched and then not search any of them. But I don't have that self-control. I gotta cook that mole rat meat. Yeah, there's not a lot to say about Ada. You just turn her into a weird robot monstrosity. And then that's kind of the point. She's the only robot I think that can have as much personality as her specifically in the way that she talks. Because you can have other automatrons enabled to where they use her voice lines, but they don't say it the same way. It's like slightly different. But I'm just going to have her stand in as like the automatron counterpart. Old Longfella. Also, don't do companions, because if they get bit, then you catch the disease as well. That's probably why I always get it then. I usually take in like 3 or 4 people. That makes a lot more sense. Old Longfellow's perk sucks. You just do more damage against fish, right? Something like that. It's not worth going to Far Harbor and getting him just for it. I would not rush Far Harbor if you're not strong enough just for Longfellow. Personality-wise, he's like a bland, old, drunk sailor man. He's kind of underwhelming. He's like really easy to like annoy. I guess the good thing about him is that he's really easy to level up affinity-wise because you just need to drink alcohol. As long as it's not beer, it'll say that he liked it. I guess you could just go get him and then send him to like Sanctuary Hills and just, drink alcohol within sight of him whenever you're there. I don't know, man. His perk is so specific. Like, by the time you get it, you're probably done with Far Harbor. So, like, why did you make it something that would have been helpful for Far Harbor? Beers for wimps. Yeah, but vodka doesn't give me 70 AP and 2 charisma with Party Girl. I don't know where to put Longfellow. He's like probably down here. He's got a really weird quest that I didn't know about until recently. If you have to unlock the Echo Lake Lumber from Small Bertha, and then once settlers move in, you have to go there and get a quest from them about Shipbreaker. And then you have to talk to Longfellow about it, and then you track Shipbreaker. And then if you kill it, he has like a special dialogue and gives you like a unique harpoon gun. And it's like the most bizarre thing on the planet. Shipbreaker is a fog crawler, so it's kind of tough. But I mean, it's fun. Don't get me wrong. But it's like I didn't even know that existed. I played like hundreds of hours in Fallout 4, and I didn't even know that. And it's also a really buggy quest too, so you probably won't even get to do it if you're on console. Yeah, I mean, Longfellow isn't unlikable. He's just bland. I think the most likable thing about him is that he sings songs when you idle. He's also got an insane profile. His ears are huge. And then Gage. Gage might be the most awkward companion in the game. I'm going to put him here for now. His companion perk is really good. It's 5% experience on kills, which it stacks with everything else, so. And then it's 10 damage resistance, which, like, it's something. He's also easy to level up. You can either do Nuka World Quest or just unlock things with him around. So he's just like all the other easy ones. He's got a default automatic handmade rifle, which I think he's the only companion with a default automatic. Let me look at this. Yeah. Kind of insane. Like, there's a reason Fox and Lily are really strong companions. It's literally just because they have automatics. He starts off really strong. His armor is really bulky, too. He's one of the only human companions that starts off with, like, armor. Mechanically, he's also a vendor in Nuka World. I've never gotten it to work, but I've heard it. And then, yeah, the only bad thing about him is that you can't complete open season with him. Which doesn't, I don't know. Make clear weather shells in Far Harbor and sleep till morning and fire some shells. If it doesn't stay clear, then reload and repeat. Wandering around Far Harbor with good weather is awesome. I didn't know those would affect the whole island. I'll have to try that. But yeah, Gage will not stay with you if you wipe out the raiders, which is unfortunate. Open season is way better than actually doing the quests. But yeah, it's unfortunate. Personality-wise, Gage is also kind of a lot more likable than I thought he was. It's really weird that he won't just give up on the raider thing. because I get that he says something along the lines of like people choose whether or not they're wolf or sheep, but like culture has to be your companion first and talk to him, and you will have stuff to sell. And it has to be in Nuka World, unfortunately. It'd be fun if you could sell stuff to him everywhere. He's just really bizarre. He has like the Better Call Saul wolf and sheep speech, but like he's smart enough to recognize that like raiders are fucking stupid. I have no clue why he isn't willing to just abandon them and realize that like you've built up like a settlement empire that's completely profitable and safe without being like a dickhead. I think that's supposed to be the point, is that Gage is just like a dickhead at heart, but he's like weirdly nice to you specifically. I don't really get it. He seems like, based on his dialogue and all that and his like thought process, if you had like something that was like on par with Nuka World, like through your settlements, he seems like the kind of person that'd be smart enough to just work with you. Like, I get that the raiders don't like working, but like he specifically is the kind of person that strikes me as someone that'd be willing to start working if it was worth it. I don't know. Gage is really bizarre. But he's got a good perk, and he's really strong. There's also the fact that the only two things you have to do... The only things you have to do to get him are you have to get inside of the Nuka World Center, so you have to fight those gunners, and you have to beat Coulter. That's all you have to do to get him. After that, you just go talk to people, and he's your companion. It's like Longfellow. They're both actually really easy to get as long as you can make it through the first quest. Which I think is the point. You're supposed to do the first quest and then get them for the DLC. But, I'm gonna put him above McCready. Sorry, I meant Gage instead of Coulter. I don't blame you for mixing them up. He talks about Coulter in like 2 of his Affinity dialogues too. I love that one where he's like, Coulter was a piece of shit. Because he's got like a southern accent for some reason. Even though this is Boston. It makes you wonder about the life he's led. Damn Raiders. Yeah, I mean, it's like Kate's accent. People were curious about how Kate even has an accent anymore. Like, there are people who immigrate from Australia to America and lose their accents in a lifetime. And it makes you wonder how the hell an accent would exist in the Fallout universe. But I mean, it makes some sense sometimes, like in Zion, because they're like physically isolated. But it's really weird that someone like Kate still has an accent. Nick also makes more sense. He's like a robot man. It is so weird that Nick is just Bellathor. I can't ever get over that. It feels like a shitpost mod sometimes when I have Nick with me and I just hear Bellathor. It's so weird. Yeah. I think this would be the list. Yeah, Lone Wonder is pretty good. Automatron are really powerful. If we're not counting Automatron, Codsworth is probably like in here somewhere. Americans have accents that are closer to Old English. Well, I mean, yeah, because we descend from that. We only split off like 400 years ago. You know what? I think I'd put Deacon a tier higher. It just sucks that he's so bad in combat. I'm gonna stop recording for this. Where's the mouse? I'm having a stroke. There it is. Alright, what other tier lists are there for Fallout 4? It's just companions and perks are the big ones, right? What are these? Fallout 4 tier list. Why don't I see what pops up besides companions and perks? Characters? Who is this? Is that Curie? Oh, I can't stand dance without his helmet. Yeah, I don't want to do this. Legendary. Why is Holly Bell on there? Why is Holly Bell on there? This looks like legendary weapon effects. Sure. Oh, I can't read these. Oh, this was a terrible choice. Black and green on top of a white image. Brule 64, you deserve to be shot. These are pretty good. Tiers. All right, I need to lean in. I gotta lock in. Assassin. Assassin is like the best that isn't the best. Sorry. Oh, I was gonna record this right. I'm gonna get more water, dude. I'm thirsty. Sorry. Oh, are you the person who made this? It's mostly my fault. I'm trying to read it through OBS or Streamlabs. It compresses it anyways. Somebody to help me this way. Alright, this was specifically weapons. So I'm just gonna be real with you, Chief. I'm gonna rank this the casual tier because I cannot parry. I'm gonna make it blue, like the jumpsuit, like the vault suit. All right, assassin. It's pretty good. I don't really know what you want me to say. You probably fight humans more than anything else in the game, and 50% bonus damage is good. If you're doing, vanilla and you can't control your legendary spawns, and you get an assassin's and it's your only legendary, and it fits the weapon type you're going for, like you're using pistol, so you get a pipe pistol with this, just use it. It's an effect that I would think that if you get it as a legendary and it fits your build, you should probably try and make that weapon usable. I mean, there's even some, this is anecdotal, obviously, but I got an Assassin's Radium Rifle one time around the Boston's Common, and it was so powerful that I was able to start going and doing stuff like fighting Gunner Plaza, just because of how much damage it deals out. Once you start building up adrenaline and stuff. I mean, obviously it wasn't... I didn't rush it then, but It sped up my progress on like human areas. It's really underrated for sure. This is Berserker. All right, I'm gonna be real. I don't know most of these effects by name. To lower your DR. That sounds horrible. I don't know about that one. If you can get it on a ranged weapon, that would be interesting. But I don't think you can, judging by the picture. That's just really ass. You want some armor, man. You want armor, man. You don't want to run around naked. Especially on a melee build, if that is melee only. Yeah, I'm going to put this in, like, okay. If you can combine that with, like, a sniper, like an instigating sniper... Well, no, Berserker is your damage, so you can't combine that with that. And this, yeah, this is your weapon. Yeah, you don't want Berserker on your weapon. It's awful. Maybe... Maybe if you get a Berserker drop in, like, Sanctuary Hills, Conquered, you know, when you have no armor anyways, you could use it, but... No, even by the time you have, like, a fully kitted out suit of, like, leather armor, I would assume the damage on this wouldn't be an upgrade. Blazing? Blazing is a block weapon. Bloodied. Bloodied on the right build is Game Ender. Here's the thing. It sounds like I'm saying this is amazing when Berserker is bad and they're like the same thing, but they're not really. Because, first of all, it's more of a scale, right? Because it's easier to manipulate your health. There's also the fact that a lot of builds do like lower healths. Isodoped, Inquisitor's Cowl, obviously, are the more normal ones. They're only like 30%. But if you do Unyielding and combine it with a bloodied weapon, it's pretty good. But it's still high risk, high reward. And it's probably not going to be very useful until you have like a good Unyielding set. But obviously on that set you're doing like 75% bonus damage, which is stronger than any of the individual target ones that will affect, like Assassin or Mutant Slayer. But it's entirely dependent on being like in one build. That's like kind of niche and gimmicky. I'm gonna put it in useful. Cavaliers. It gives you moving target when you run. No, give me a weapon effect. Don't give me a perk. Charged shocks your enemies when you block. I can't block. I would assume this would be better than Blazing though. Crippling. That's useful. It'll affect every type of enemy a little bit. Not as useful as Assassins on a human, but it affects humans and Deathclaws and mutants. That's pretty good. For the most part, I've never really gone for cripples in this game. It never feels worth it, ever. Because your enemies can still shoot you, even if they're on the ground. But, I mean, if I was playing complete vanilla, and I had no choice over what my legendary drops were, and this was the only thing I had for like 200, you know, like 20 hours or whatever, I'm sure it would save my life at some point. The unique laser weapon you can get from the BOS Paladin when you rescue him is OP when at low health. That's where it is. Survivor Special. Yeah, Bloodied has a guaranteed drop too. That's another thing to consider. Bloodied has a guaranteed drop, which is why it's at the top of this tier. I guess Crippling is also by that logic better than Assassin, because you can get the Wastelander's Friend from Deb at Bunker Hill. I don't actually know any of her quotes. I was going to say something because she has a really strong accent. She's got like a super cute accent, but I don't remember what she says. Everything is sold as is. It's so strong. Assassin actually does have a guaranteed spawn too. Party starter from Clea. But I don't think a missile launcher is as good as a 10 mil. Deadeye? What is Deadeye? Is Deadeye time dilation when you aim? I know the effects, I just don't know them by name. What? Oh, fuck this bastard, by the way. Even if you kill him before he rings the alarm, it still rings. Slows down time when you aim. Yeah, it's okay. You can manipulate it. It's okay. It's better than Berserker. I mean, you can just take Jet, right? But, like, I don't know. If you get it you don't have anything else, you'd use it. Yeah. It doesn't work with Jet either. I also think it'll cancel your Jet if you aim and the time effect wears off. So that might be kind of bad. But it's, like, okay. You can manipulate it, for sure, just by aiming and then moving over out of the way of a shot or something. But overall, I don't think I would want that. I think I'd rather have something else. Defiant. I should know this effect. Defiant is more damage on the last round. Defiant is crazy on some weapons. And it's really bad on everything else. Particularly the lever action rifle, the double barrel, and revolvers. Obviously, because they have no ammo capacity, you're going to constantly trigger this effect. I also believe it's interesting thought that super mutants look after they're injured. Yeah, they shouldn't. Fuck that guy. I don't actually know how Defiant works with single fire weapons. I don't think it can spawn on single fire weapons. Why don't we investigate it? I've got the internet. Defiant harpoon gun. Don't work with the Defiant. Yeah, it doesn't look like it actually works with one-shot weapons. Yeah, it doesn't look like it would actually trigger on a one round. So this is more for things like double barrel revolvers. So obviously you want this on low magazine weapons because you're constantly getting the effect off, which is better DPS, or you want this on high power weapons. So like on a Gauss rifle, for instance, you could just waste 9 shots and then VATS crit something for like, what, like 2,000 damage? Yeah, this is useful, for sure, on the right weapon. No, compared to those, it's not. I'd put it at the top of OK. Duelist gives you a chance to disarm an enemy upon being struck. It is rooted, rank 3. It's better. It's kind of cheesy, but it's really good because of a bug. So, this technically affects all weapons. Rooted doesn't work this way, but they programmed it weirdly to where Duelist has a chance to disarm any attacker. So if someone like throws a grenade and you get caught in the explosion, if someone shoots you with like a rifle, or if someone hits you with a weapon, all of them, they can be disarmed. Really powerful, but you have to be tanky enough to survive whatever you're being hit with. So, I don't think it's actually still useful, because you have to be able to be tanky. But because it's bugged, it's really useful. Enraging, I'm going to put in useless. I've never gotten enemies to fight each other. Enemies will like hyper focus on you almost no matter what. I can't seem to ever get enemies to fight anything that isn't me. Like if an enemy is aware you're there, they're just gonna beeline for you no matter what because they know that killing you is game over. It's like kind of actually like fucking annoying. to be honest. Maybe Enraging bypasses that programming, and I've just never gotten it to work, but I guess I would put it above Cavaliers if it does. Explosive, duh. Didn't know that bug. I only found out about it through a YouTube channel. Anytime I got Duelist, I would just sell it. I'm just gonna be real. Explosive is obviously like Giga S tier. Explosive is like weapon defining. Shotguns and automatics love explosive. It's crazy. So shotguns, doesn't work on high enough enemies. Oh, Enraging. Yeah, another reason it's not that great. It caps out on level. Explosive on a shotgun accounts for every pellet. So I think that's 8 pellets in a combat shotgun for 8 times 15 is like what? 120 bonus damage of explosive. That can be doubled to 240 with Demolition Expert. And then it can also stack with Bloody Mess and the Explosives bobblehead. Really powerful, really crazy. If you get an explosive weapon, your build needs to account for it, even if it's not your weapon type. Even if you're doing Rifleman, an automatic weapon that's explosive that can be turned into an automatic is worth using. I think automatics, the shotgun, the combat shotgun makes the most use of it out of any weapon. Because you can combine that with sniper, with a scope, to get knockdown on your explosions, which is crazy. But also automatics make really good use of it. The spray and pray is actually weirdly balanced because it's like one of the most shit automatics in the game. So you kind of want like any other automatic. Like the Kiloton Radium Rifle is really good. My explosive 10mm is fantastic with full auto and large magazines. Even pipe pistols are great. Yeah, like the pipe submachine gun you can make with like the 48 mag and like rapid fire, it goes crazy. It's better than spray and pray for some reason. It's just so good. I'd assume the double barrel's okay, but the reload kind of sucks. Then again, you don't need to reload that often. You just need to aim. Weirdly enough, though, explosive on explosive weapons actually nerfs the damage. I don't know why, but anytime I've tried adding explosive to things that do explosive damage, like missile launchers, it seems to tank the damage, which I don't get, but... Yeah, I guess you don't want it on a missile launcher, but okay. But yeah, just... You can add this to like a plasma thing, and it's really good. Just anything that can fire automatic. Or that is a shotgun. And even if you can't fire fully automatic, if it's on a weapon type you're using, it's just bonus damage. But you do have to be careful, because you can kill yourself with this very easily. Yeah, really easily. Because you can't tank your own damage in this game. If enemies were doing your damage, you would actually get one shot all the time. Explosive is also pretty good for companions, if you take Inspirational. Like I said in one of my other videos, I use a mod that lets me give my companions modified weapons for their default ammo source. And giving Piper a modified 10mm with explosive is crazy with Inspirational. Gauge is the best for sure. Automatic explosive handmade rifle. Explosive melee weapons. You can do that. It's not a good idea. It hasn't ended well. I thought about giving it to Strong for the memes, but I ended up giving him the World Series bat instead. The bat effect. Exterminators. It's like the most underwhelming good one. Because it affects Mirelurks. If it didn't affect Mirelurks, it would be kind of bad. Because like most bugs are pretty frail anyways. You just need to actually be able to hit them, which is more of the issue. And then Mirelurks are actually just bulky, so... I mean, you're glad you have this. Like, if you get an Exterminators that fits with your build, you can, like, plan to take it to clear out the castle faster, you know, whatever. But I don't know if Exterminators is going to win you a battle. that like would have been impossible without it. Freezing is really good, actually. Freezing is like, I think freezing's the best non-explosive so far. Freezing has like the explosive modifier where it's really good on low damage weapons that shoot like really quickly. If you add it to like an automatic, it's just 10 more damage per bullet. The critical freezing effect is also really useful. It makes enemies really frail, and it basically just paralyzes them. I've gotten freezing before, and like because I got it, I used it. It was good, and it's useful against all types of enemies except physically large enemies. Physically large enemies, for some reason, can't stagger to this. Try bumping into a death skull scorpion. Yeah, but where do you fight scorpions except for like the glowing sea in like one place in Nuka World? I feel like I've never encountered a scorpion anywhere else. I mean, granted, they're tough. Oh, they're in Vault 88. That's a fun dungeon, actually. So the scorpions are like the hardest part of that dungeon too. I do love the troll area with the death claw, where you like clear out the area and there's just a death claw there. It doesn't make any sense as to how he actually got there either. What is this? Frigid? Oh, it's the freezing one for blocking. It's better than fire because it paralyzes. Actually, it's better than charge too. It paralyzes your opponent when you block. Furious. No, I don't know. I don't know if chat's ready for this one. Furious is better than explosive. Furious is crazy. Furious is like so powerful. They like made it to where it can't drop on ranged weapons through the normal pool. You can get 2 fixed ranged weapons, the splatter cannon and problem solver, but Furious will not drop on ranged weapons. Downtown Boston, behind the Corvega plant, and several more out of the way locations. Yeah, that's what I thought. Furious is crazy though. It's 15% bonus damage on a consecutive hit. That sounds like it's restrictive, but it isn't. It just means you have to hit the same enemy. So you can miss, and Furious won't reset. It resets every 10 seconds if you don't hit the same enemy. I mean, you just think about the magazine some of these weapons have, like the assault rifle. Imagine if you could get this on the assault rifle. That would be like over 400% damage on each shot by the end. That's why they restricted it for sure. But even just the 2 ranged weapons and it being on melee weapons is strong enough for this to be the best effect in the game. Splatter cannon is easily the strongest weapon in the game. The problem solver might be better because it's semi-auto, which means you can take advantage of things like sniper. But like honestly, you don't need to take advantage of sniper if you just load enough things into it with Furious, you don't have to worry. I mean, you can just melt Mirelurk Queens with this like easily. With the mods I use that let me put this on things like the pipe pistol, like a pipe pistol submachine gun can melt a Mirelurk Queen with Furious. We're talking like 15 damage with like rapid automatic. It's crazy. Furious was not intended to be used with ranged weapons. Furious 2-handed weapons. It's so crazy. The Power Fist is literally like a core part of like a lot of challenge runs that Swan drops because of how good it is. It's literally a reward for killing like someone that's considered to be like the standard behemoth boss fight. Furious is crazy. It's better than explosive too, because you don't have to worry about killing yourself. The only thing better about explosive is that it drops on ranged weapons. You don't have to go to Nuka World to get it. Ghoul Slayers? It's better than Exterminator for sure. Ghouls are spongy, man. I forgot about Swan's weapon. I don't blame you. I like the Power Fist a lot in this game. I just wish it did damage. I wish that it didn't need Furious to be good. Yeah, Ghoul Slayer is just better than Exterminator, because ghouls are consistently harder. They're tanky too. They're like consistently tankier than anything but a super mutant at their level. It's kind of crazy. But yeah, you have to fight a lot of charred ghouls, legendary putrid glowing ones. Yeah, they get spongy. Ghoul Slayer would be useful. Hitman's. It's 10% damage if you aim. You can consistently proc that. I would put it above crippling, actually. Because it works on everything. I guess it doesn't work well with the steady aim build, but like, oh well. This is also one that has a guaranteed spawn, because you can get it from Chase at Arcadia. She gives you her Institute rifle as a reward, and it's Hitman's. Agent 47. Actually, wait, there is a guaranteed Exterminator spawn too, which also makes this in this tier. You get Reba 2 from Barney, if you can clear out some fireworks. And with the Creation Club, there's a Ghoul Slayer's Heavy Incinerator. So yeah. Hunters is definitely the worst of the bunch. It's animals. Which, like, the only good thing this affects is, like, Yao Guai, I think. And dogs early on. So you have to get it early for it to be useful. I don't... Did you bump into Yao Guai ghouls in Far Harbor? I've come across them once. I thought it was like a creepypasta type thing, like they were ghosts. I didn't know they were just high variants. But Hunters is kind of consistently the worst. Because, like, Mireworks are kind of a problem. Even into the mid and late game. But, like, I don't know. Yao Guai kind of stopped being an issue. They're too big, so you can just hit them all hot. Early on, though, dogs are kind of a pain. I would be really happy if I got a Hunters at, like, level 2. To deal with all those wild dogs. That's why it's still this high. Incendiaries. Oh. I don't know, man. Incendiaries kind of cheeks. It doesn't stack. Hunters is the worst one of the bunch for sure, but it's still useful. I would rather have Hunters than any of these. Especially early on. Incendiary is kind of bad. It's like bonus 15 damage a shot, but you have to actually let it time out over time. So, like, realistically, it's maybe like 5 extra damage on something if you're like constantly hitting it. It's like, okay. Maybe it'd be okay on like a harpoon gun, you know, because you got to reload anyways, but I don't know. Guaranteed spawn, though, you can get the Ashmaker when you go to get Hancock. So, I mean, that's something, right? Instigating double damage at full health. I'm going to put that below Hitman's. Double damage is obviously pretty high. That's one of the higher damage potential ones, but obviously if you don't kill it in one shot, it's useless after that. You also have to hit it at full shot, full health, which can be kind of hard if you have, like, companions with you that are taking pot shots. It's also hard in certain high-level areas where everything is just fighting each other anyways. But when it works, I mean, double damage. Irradiated? It's kind of cheeks. I'd say it's better than Incendiary, though. Shout out to the irradiated gamma gun. A weapon completely incapable of doing damage to ghouls. Irradiated's okay if you can stack it on something like a gamma gun for humans, but you're affecting so little. It's like worse Assassins. It's not as powerful as Assassins. And it only affects the target area that Assassins does. So it's like worse. You can get your gamma gun damage to like 400 or 500 with this though, and Nuclear Physicist, because they do stack. The Irradiated Legendary effect is affected by Nuclear Physicist, which is pretty cool. But like realistically, the most you're ever doing, I think, is like 10% of a human's damage, unless you're using a gamma gun. So you're never. It's always going to take at least 10 bullets to kill an enemy. And it's like at that point, just use weapons that kill in like 5. I don't know. But maybe I don't get it. Junkies is going into okay. There's like a really specific calculation done, and you can get to like 200% bonus damage. So like 3 times damage with Junkie if you have all of the downsides. All the possible addictions, but it would never be worth playing the game with that many downsides active. Realistically, this is kind of useful if you like to spam Jet, because Jet is kind of hard to maintain. You'll actually have the addiction downside, so that's kind of useful. That's why you wear a radiation suit when taking out Children of Atom. That's the thing, though, is that when you fight the Children of Atom, they use gamma guns, which are stronger than radium rifles. And there's, like, so many of them. You're, like, only ever you. So it's so much harder to get the same value out of it. Kneecapper. I actually don't know what the difference is between Kneecapper and Crippling. Does Kneecapper just work anywhere? Yeah, it just works no matter where. Actually, that might be better than Crippling. I kind of like that better, because you kind of want to cripple an enemy's legs, if anything. I would put that just strictly above Crippling. Yeah, just shoot an enemy in the head and they just fall to the ground because they can't move. It's kind of funny. That is such a funny image. I mean, that's useful, for sure. Lucky. Lucky is helped a lot by the Righteous Authority. Lucky is, like, carried by the Righteous Authority. I mean, that's fair, right? There's a guaranteed spot super early. You're able to get it. Gamma guns are the best weapons to lower your settlement build limit when building settlements and no mods. True. I've never hit the build limit once. I'm not a real gamer. Lucky, you get it super early. You get it for free, because Dance carries you that whole level. And then fusion cells are, like, everywhere throughout the game. Especially if you don't stay on the Institute's good side. Like, if you are enemies with the Institute, you're never going to run out of fusion cells. And even if you stay friendly with them, they sell a ton of them. They sell, like, 200 in the vendor. In the little garden area of the Institute. Double damage on a crit. It stacks with all your other crit stuff too. Builds up the meter faster. And it, strangely enough, is good on basher builds. Because it affects your crit damage when you bash. And I think it affects your chance too. Honestly, it's better than I think freezing even. Double damage on crits is also crazy because it acts like built-in penetrator. Like, if it's a shot that you would never hit anyways, you can just guarantee hit it. Mighty. Mighty is 25% damage, unless I'm mistaken. Hell yeah. Yeah, I think it's like the best effect that isn't explosive or furious in most cases. I know that when I give my companions legendary weapons, I try to give them mighty. Because, like, for someone like Deacon that just has a rifle, mighty is just the best effect. Because it's just pure damage. Like, on everything, no matter what it is. You can't beat that. And it's not as big as some of these other things, but it's consistent. Mutant Slayer. Mutant Slayer is awesome. It might be better than Assassin. I think that might be my hot take for the video. It's, because goddamn, mutants are so tanky. You definitely fight more humans, but I feel like Mutant Slayer is more impactful when you get to use it. Like, if you get an early settlement quest, like at Oberlin, to go take out the frat post, you really want a Mutant Slayer weapon to get through there. Those bastards are strong. Mutant Slayers are, like, almost always above curve, wherever they are in the game. Like, physically. Like, if you have to fight super mutants, they're probably stronger than everything around them. You kind of really want that extra damage. Because of how tanky they are. Whereas, like, most of the time you're about on par with the humans in the area. So Assassin is just good. But I feel like Mutant Slayer gives you, like, a fair shot. If that makes sense. I'm gonna put Mutant Slayers above Assassin. I don't know why the mutants are so overtuned in this game. Never Ending. Never Ending is also a potential S tier. I'm not sure. Double Barrel's overrated. Don't get on to me for that. The Vim Factory? Dude, I have fucking nightmares over there. The thing is, though, is that, I don't know, by the time you get to Far Harbor, it's like, yeah, it's fair. You're probably strong enough to take that place down, but still, like, every one of those things can be a warlord. It's so crazy. That is why I do not want to finish my Far Harbor run. You have to go to the Vim Factory to get Dima's Avery skull or whatever in the basement, and I don't want to have to fight through those mutants. It's gonna be so rough. That's why I was like, maybe we should do tier list today instead of Far Harbor. Never Ending. Okay, the double barrel is really overrated. The recoil control on that's ass, and it doesn't actually do that much damage. But there are some really good Never Ending weapons. The harpoon gun, fucking insane. The Gatling laser, insane. You actually get unlimited weapon ammo with it, which is crazy. I don't understand quite what causes it, but if you have Never Ending harpoon, yeah. They're on the same wavelength. It's so crazy. It tears through areas like Nuka World, like Star Control. You can just one-shot a lot of that shit. With, like, no heavy gunner perks. It's insane. The Gatling laser, if you have 3 or more fusion cores and they're full, you will actually have unlimited ammo. Like, your fusion cores won't deplete. Which is crazy. If I edit this, I need to put a clip of that on screen. It's fucking ridiculous what you can do with Never Ending Gatling laser. I like to give Nick and Longfellow Never Ending weapons because they have really low ammo counts. That seems good. If you have like an automatic, Never Ending is okay. Like a laser pistol that's automatic. If you have Never Ending on it, that's pretty good. But I mean, you definitely prefer other effects. But if if you're playing vanilla, you can't change it. It's pretty good still. Never Ending also has several fixed spawns. Yeah, Eternus, that Gatling laser is fixed. There's like 2 Never Ending laser rifles that are fixed for some reason. I would assume this would also be really great for explosives, like the Fat Man and missile launcher. Be pretty good. Mostly just want this on weapons that already have insane damage, where their issue is just reloading. But yeah, on the right weapon, like the Gatling laser, it's S tier. The thing is, if you get never ending on something like a pipe pistol, it's like worthless. Sorry, it just is. Maybe on a lever action, never ending is more useful, like the bolt action pipe pistol. But even then, you're not doing really enough damage to justify using it without a different damage boosting legendary. Nimble. Nimble's okay. It makes you move faster when you aim. That's kind of whatever. There's a guaranteed one of these on the Pridwin. Proctor Teagan sells it. It's called Death from Above. It's a missile launcher. Alright. It's really bizarre, but I don't get it. It's not useless though. I've used it before, and like the way it does change how you manually aim. So if you like to play without VATS ever, and you're constantly aiming and running, it's useful. Berserker needs to be lower. Nocturnal? Nocturnal has really good synergy with the astoundingly awesome at Outpost Zamanja and Night Person. So obviously if you get one, sure, use it, but it's not as good as everything else. It's also just an incredibly tight window to actually get any bonus damage out of it. Like, it's fine enough to manipulate day and night time for like Night Person, but I couldn't imagine manipulating specifically like 11 to 1 for this. That would be so aggravating. It's too conditional for sure. But at least you don't have to like be dead to use it. Penetrating. It's bonus damage. Where did I put Hitman? It's better Hitman. As long as your enemy has armor to penetrate, then yeah, it's amazing. I guess it doesn't matter if you hit a Rad Roach with this. The Gargantuan penetrating L. Plasma infused is... Where did I put freezing? It's worse freezing. It's the exact same damage added, but it doesn't have a secondary effect like freezing does to freeze enemies. But it's extremely powerful on shotguns and automatics. I'm trying to think. There is something that affects the damage on this that gives it more damage, but I don't know what it is. I believe it's having the bobblehead for energy weapons will boost the damage on this. Unless I'm mistaken. Not the crit damage of the weapon itself, but the amount of plasma damage added for some reason. I know that the Cryolator magazine and the Railroad affects the freezing damage on freezing weapons. Poisoners? Where's Incendiary? It's worse. Because some enemies are immune to poison. Quick Draw, 25-point VATS reduction. That's like the worst useful effect, I think. Because it's just strictly outclassed by VATS Enhanced, but you're not going to consistently get VATS Enhanced. So if you get this, it's still useful. But I mean, yeah, in a perfect world, this is actually absolutely worthless, because both other VATS effects are better. You know what? Top of okay. Rapid. Aren't most enemies immune to poison? Yeah. It's not very high for a reason. Yeah, I'll drop it a little lower. Look, it's okay on something like if you get it on like a melee weapon that you can modify to stack with wounding. Well, no, because certain weapons have bleed damage built into them, right, through the weapon mods. It can be okay. The Crim's Tooth one is okay, but that's because it's a weapon mod, not a legendary effect. It's really underwhelming. Rapid just makes you shoot faster and reload faster. That's actually really hard to evaluate. Like, that's kind of like never ending, sorta, because it just makes your DPS better. But at the same time, it's not actually affecting your damage, so you have to get it on a weapon that's like perfectly fine without any extra damage. I mean, this is sort of December's Child, right? December's Child is kind of bad. Honorary mention to December's Child, by the way. So, December's Child is a fixed legendary that converts... Actually, is it going to be on here? No, they didn't bother putting it on here. A double barrel? No, you'd just rather have never ending. I guess it's okay. Shout out to December's Child. So it's a fixed legendary that has a unique effect, which is probably why it isn't on the list. But because it's supposed to only be on a combat rifle, the effect actually works on other weapons. If you use mods that let you detach legendary mods. The funnest use I ever got out of December's Child as a legendary effect was putting it on a Gauss rifle. Because you drown in 556 ammo, and it was so overpowered. Shout out to that, but it's honorary mention. Yeah, I guess I'd put Rapid like below the crippling ones. Okay. Relentless is really powerful. So it goes here. I actually think it's better than Lucky. It's really helped that it's a fixed spawn on Kellogg. Relentless just ensures that you can stay in VATS no matter what. You just tweak whatever weapon you get Relentless with to cost as least as possible in VATS. And get rank 1 of Critical Banker to always have 1 crit available. And you just stay in VATS. Relentless is like necessary for VATS builds almost. If you're not gonna... If you're not gonna combine a lot of other things, Relentless is really powerful. It might actually be like S tier. The thing is, though, is like Splatter Cannon, Combat Shotgun, Spray and Pray, Eternus, like Kellogg's Pistol. It's a little underwhelming comparatively. But I do think it is that powerful effect. Yeah, I think so. Resilient is interesting. It's like the best okay effect so far. Resilient gives you 150 damage resistance when you're reloading. So you obviously want this on something like a harpoon gun to protect you while you reload, or in double barrel. But obviously you just want never ending in that case, realistically. But there's definitely some cheese you can do where you like keep yourself at low ammo and then shoot so that you can run while you're reloading and you're bulky. You can get interesting with it, but it's not... It's obviously... You want offensive effects on weapons, not defensive ones. Wait, I might get my effects mixed up. What is Resolute? I might have my effects mixed up. Okay, I actually need to... I need to look up the weapon. Or the name. Time slow when the last bullet enters the chamber. I remember that one now. I got it mixed up with Deadeye. Resolute. I mean, you can constantly trigger this with a double barrel, I guess. I don't know, man. That's a lot worse than Deadeye. For sure. That one might be useless. Plus, the chances of finding it on the right weapon is slim, unlike other effects like explosive, which is great on everything. Yeah, if you're talking about relentless, that's why I was kind of considering it lower. Like, if you get it on something that's just VATS heavy no matter what, it kind of can't work. Like, it's fine on Kellogg because you can put a reflex sight on it, but if you get it on, like, I don't know, like a hunting rifle, it's not going to work. Yeah, I'll put this at the top of this tier. But, like, on the right weapon, it's up here, for sure. I would actually say freezing on an automatic is up there, too. Combining paralyzing palm and plasma infused is nuts. Resolute, it's like the best of this tier, I think. I guess. It's better than Cavalier. I don't, that's such a bizarre effect. I'm just going to be real and say I've never used a weapon with that effect. I've almost always had something better. Sentinels is just bonus damage for standing still. Not damage, damage resistance. Where did I put Defiant? Yeah. It's a percentage reduction instead of a damage resistance buff, which I think is better. And it's not as conditional. It makes you tankier in VATS and anytime you stand still. Depending on how much damage resistance you have already, this actually probably protects you more when you're reloading than Resilient would. Because it's 15% less damage. It's not a resistance. The and stay back picture, staggering. Staggering is better than relentless, but it's not S tier. The Harvester is one of the goofiest weapons in the game. It's very silly. The Harvester is a Ripper, which in this game is like an ultra fast weapon. And you just chain an enemy, and you just stagger them until they're dead. It is so slow. It is so agonizing. But it works. You can get this on automatics and semi-autos too. It sucks. Because it's efficient, but it's not fun. At least when you, like, ragdoll an enemy with, like, the riot shotgun in New Vegas, it's, like, goofy and funny. But the stagger is just kind of, like, the stagger is just kind of, like, cheesy. I don't know how to explain it. It's not as fun. But it's every bit as powerful. And it's in a fixed spot, too, with the Harvester. It has to. Yeah, it has to. I hate it, though. I avoided using the Harvester, even though I could have, just because it was more fun to use other melee weapons. Like, I don't know, the riot shotgun, or the combat shotgun in this game with sniper, they're cheesy in the same way, but they're, like, more fun. I don't know how to explain it. The can opener. Stalkers? Dude, I have no idea what Stalkers is. Is it the Tinker Tom one? Yeah, it's Tinker Tom. I thought the legendary effect was Tinker Tom, not Stalker. Stalker makes your VATS shots 100% accurate if you're out of combat. And which, like, that's interesting. That would be useful. But then it kind of goes too far, and it's like, well, it also costs double VATS. So it's like, I don't know. Put it behind Deadeye, so like a similar idea. It's pretty bad, actually. Yeah, no, it's really bad. Because the weapons that it would be the most useful for won't ever use it. Like, you would want this on something that's insanely VATS cost, right? Like a sniper... Like a sniper with a rifle or a scope to take advantage of sniper, I guess. But then it's like it costs too much to use. But the minigun without ammo with the melee effect is awesome. Better than the harvester. I forgot about that actually. Yeah, if you get a staggering minigun with the shredder, it's over. But yeah, you're never gonna use stalkers for anything. If like anything you want to use to bypass the accuracy on it is gonna be so VATS intensive, you're gonna be out of AP. It's like instigating, but worse. Like a lot worse. What actually is steadfast? I don't know some of these. $50 damage resistance while aiming. That's interesting, I guess. I don't really know how to evaluate that. Where's Nimble? It's gonna go like right next to Nimble. They're like the same idea. You avoid damage by just moving faster. And plus it's resistance, not reduction, which makes it worse. Troubleshooters, it's the worst. Actually, it's worse than Hunters, I think. No, it's... I don't know. Oh, I'm having a brain blast trying to figure this out. No, Troubleshooters is better, because I think the Yaoi is the only animal that levels to you. But there's a lot of Mechanist robots. If you get a Troubleshooter weapon before you do that, you should use it. Fallout 4 actually did a really good job at actually making robots enemies. New Vegas is like the game that has like 4 perks for dealing with robots, but there's like no robots in that game. Two shot, I think. I think it's right here. I used to be way higher on two shot. I used to think it was strictly the best effect in the game, but I've kind of learned since then. So like, yeah, some weapons like two shot a lot more than like Furious or Explosive, but like all weapons like Furious and Explosive. And two shot comes with downsides. So two shot doesn't double your damage. It does this like weird goofy ass calculation that results in you always getting like a little bit more than I think 75% damage bonus. It's really weird. But it jacks up your damage like crazy. But it adds recoil and it adds spread. So it's really good. Two shot is S tier. My Gauss rifle kills. There we go. You get the right weapon though in two shots. Just use it in VATS. Like a 2-shot crit from a Gauss rifle in VATS just one-shots any enemy in the game. Like, as long as you... I don't know how you could not one-shot something with that. The problem is you gotta find it. But I mean, like, even at that, man. Overseer's Guardian. Guaranteed drop. And, you know, unlike the Spray and Pray, where you have to track down Cricket, or Furious, where you gotta go to Nuke World, it's, like, piss easy to get Overseer's Guardian. You know what you're doing with Charisma and Caltrops. I do think it's not as good at its peak as, like, an Explosive Shotgun or the Spider Cannon, though. But, like, yeah, if you have a 2-shot weapon and it's not automatic, like, you should try using it. Even if you're doing a rifle build. And you get, like, a pipe revolver. Well, 10 mil. Try using it. I forgot that the pipe weapons are versatile. Man, the pipe pistol... I think the pipe pistol and the laser pistol are the only ones that can be all three. Unless I'm just misremembering. But yeah, Two Shot's really good. I overrated it, but it's definitely still S tier. Plasma. Plasma can be everything too. I always forget plasma exists in this game because there's no plasma ammo anywhere. I think that was the point. VATS enhanced. The deliverer is a guaranteed spawn. So VATS enhanced doesn't actually make everything as viable as you would think, which is why it might not be S tier. But the deliverer is a guaranteed spawn, and the deliverer inherently has a really low VATS cost. I know this because I've tried swapping the legendary effect for other things, and it just has an insanely low cost, even with other effects. But yeah, the deliverer being a guaranteed spawn is what makes this so high. The deliverer is crazy. The deliverer is a weapon to build around. We did the perks that we talked about, like Grim Reaper and Kellogg, and they ended up right side by side again. Because the deliverer and Kellogg's pistol are like are a build. They like synergistically work perfectly. It's so crazy. I actually think the deliverer is better than Kellogg's pistol too. It's way easier to use out of VATS. At least for me, because I suck at aiming the revolver. Violent is like the powerful at home. Or mighty. It's a 25% bonus damage and limb damage, but it has recoil. I think it's like 200%. It's like even worse than Two Shot. But that is bonus damage and limb damage. I think Deliverer is better too. It's mostly just because I'm bad at aiming the revolver. Even with the recon or reflex sight, I can't aim that thing for shit. But I'm good with the Deliverer. You know, you just stealth kill everything with it too, because it comes silenced by default. Not to mention 10 mil is a lot more common and cheaper than 44. Wounding. I think wounding is the best of these like additional damages. I don't think it's quite S tier though. Maybe. I'm trying to think. Better to be 007 than Rick Grimes. I'm trying to think about wounding. I'm trying to think about how it interacts with Crim's Tooth. I remember when I did my melee build, I got a wounding machete somehow, and I combined that with Crim's Tooth, and that carried me for a while. I think that's just Crim's Tooth being really good for melee weapons, not wounding. No, wounding is really powerful if you get it on something with an extremely fast rate of fire. Like, if you were to get wounding early on, and get, like, the first rank of Gun Nut, and make your pipe pistol rapid automatic, wounding would do more damage per bullet than your shot would. And it stacks. So it's really weird, but it would technically be better DPS because of the legendary. Shotguns are kind of good for wounding, but not really. I've tried using a combat shotgun with wounding, but the damage takes too long. You really want it to stack on top of like an automatic weapon, or something like a Ripper, or really high DPS weapons like a Switchblade, like a Disciple's Blade. But I don't quite think wounding's S tier, like most people would think. You know what? If the Deliverer and Kellogg's pistol aren't S tier. I don't think staggering is either. That harvester's in kind of a tough spot to get. Wounding laser rifle with the shotgun splitter is awesome. Kill things in seconds. I didn't consider that actually, because laser weapons shoot fast no matter what type they are. Ooh, I should try that one day. I think that's it for this list, though. Surprise, surprise, the Splatter Cannon, Spray and Pray, Overseer's Guardian, and Eternus are the top tier. Followed by the Deliverer, Kellogg's Pistol, and the Harvester, Righteous Authority. Yeah, I don't think that surprised anyone. I think my only hot take is that Wounding isn't that good, and that Freezing is really good. It's really interesting when you look at this list. It seems like automatic weapons take the most advantage of the legendary system out of everyone. I guess it's because automatics are just pound for pound worse than a semi-auto. With a bleeding laser shotgun? I'll have to try that. I mean, Swan is kind of overrated. Like, let's be real. If you just have Jet, you can take him out. I think that's kind of all it takes. You just need Jet. Maybe some Psycho. I think it'd be cooler if Swan was a legendary. That way, that would kind of ruin your first Jet, and then you'd have to, like, do it again. You'd actually have to get creative and, like, place Mind Storm or something. Each laser has the bleeding effect. It's the same with shotguns, yeah, where each pellet is bleeding. I remember that I tried to take a Wounding combat shotgun into the glowing sea, and it just didn't end very well. I think that's more of an issue where all the enemies there can kill you too quickly for the bleed to take effect. Which is why I kind of think Wounding isn't actually that strong. Your enemy has to have a low enough health pool that the Wounding will kill them quickly. Otherwise, it's F. That's why I think Furious is the best, because Furious more so scales purely with you. Out of all of these. I think I'm done with this. What other Fallout 4 tier lists are there? Perks, character, perk. Why is Holly Bell there? Companion, perk. Weapon tier list. Here we go. This one's fun. I'm not a gun nut, so I can't... Why is there anime cross here? I can't even tell what some of these are. Oh no. Okay, how about we look up Fallout 4 weapon tier list, and we'll probably get a better result. Nope, that's the only one. Oh no. I have to try and guess what some of these are. I can't tell all of these. Deacon. Deacon balls. I'll see if I can get something out of this yet. The one you start with is the 10mm. It's an incredibly versatile weapon. It can be upgraded to be an incredibly powerful semi-auto pistol. It can be given a silencer for stealth kills or a compensator for recoil on an automatic. It's given to you immediately, a ton of ammo. Ammo is sold by almost literally every vendor in the game. It's found in scrounger pools. And it's a pretty common drop for legendary effects. All around, this thing is fucking insane. It's also got a guaranteed legendary spawn. Deb and Bunker Hill, I think. Wastelander's Friend. I think this is the S tier. It's good at every stage of the game. You just need to get a good legendary for it. What is this? What is that? I don't even know what some of these are. Why are there 2 pipe pistols? Oh, they're slightly different, aren't they? Oh, this is the bolt. No, this is the pistol, because that's the bolt. Okay. The pipe pistol is like A tier. It's extremely good early, and because of the fact that it only requires 2 ranks of gun nut to fully upgrade, you don't actually have to invest all that much to get it stronger. And it's extremely versatile, whether you want to make it like a per shot weapon or an auto. But it will fall off in damage, and you really do have to get like a good legendary drop to make this viable into the late game. Which is rather unfortunate. The bolt action, however, I would say is kind of worse, because it's limited to mostly just being like powerful burst shot damage, but the reload is awful. It feels really bad to use as a sniper, too. The pipe weapons don't feel good as snipers, which I think is kind of unfortunate. I think they're supposed to. But the damage even kind of falls off for it being like the powerhouse, even with a 50 receiver. Which is about what I would say about this, but the reload is better, at least. I believe the best thing about the pipe bolt action is that I think Trudy sells a guaranteed one that has a suppressor. Pipe sights are awkward. Very true. I think the glow sight on default is fine, but I struggle to use the reflex sight. Which I always install a reflex sight because of the fact that it'll affect your VATs positively. But then when I actually have to try and aim with that reflex sight, it's so ass. I also am going to say, I didn't mention this for the 10mm because I figure it's assumed, but I love the gun designs in this game. I'm not a gun nut, or a gun head. So, like, I don't know all the reasons why this, like, little wooden piece of shit thing are, like, wrong for guns. But I adore it. I think the pipe weapons in particular are, like, silly, goofy, stupid. They're like the silliest weapons of all time. Look at this. Fucking DIY project. Fully upgraded. No, see, look at this shit. Look at this. This is so funny. I don't even know what that is, and then you're going a little fucking canister and literally just a plank of wood. And then, like, the little twisty stock. But look at this fucking thing. How can you hate this? The, like, little spindly, weird piece of shit bayonet. Look at this. This doesn't look out of place at all. Because of how jank they are normally. Yeah, like a Merv pipe, right? It just looks like it was attached to it because they're so like janky anyways. The silencer gets me every time. The silencer is just like fucking like, right, yeah, then I'll be having all of that. It's like the most British gun on the planet. It's like the shit that killed Shinzo Abe. I adore these weapons so much. The automatic you can make from the pipe pistol is the reason it's an A tier. The other ones are just good because they're like okay early. I think the pipe revolver is the worst of the bunch though, for sure. It's like an awkward in between where it's not quite as damaging as this, but it's not an automatic like this. And the 10 mil obviously, I love it. I always run my 10 mil suboptimally because like the best one you can make is long light ported, but I always do long ported because I long ported because I like the way that the little bulky thing at the bottom looks. What's like the next weapon you'd realistically get? I guess like a double barrel? It's kind of bad. I think early on, like before you hit Lexington, if you get a full set of leather, you're tanky enough to actually run up on enemies and blast them. But like after that point, you're just too frail. And like by the time your defense is circled around and you can take hits again, it's not useful to use this anymore. It's got that like early game use. I can't tell what half these things are. What is this? It looks like a Sonic stage. You can I don't know what these are. That's the sniper rifle. You can technically get this pretty early. It's like it's basically just a pipe bolt. They use the same ammos and everything, I think. At 308, upgrade to 50, downgrade to 38. I feel like you have like worse VATs with this for sure, but there are certain legendaries that are spawned with this for sure. Like Reba 2 and Tinker Tom Special, which are guaranteed in the world, which makes them pretty good. But I can't get into sniping in this game. Sawn off quickly becomes obsolete, but it is great early game. It's really good early if you get it from like the Raiders and Conquered to like use around that area when you're like going to like the satellite station and the Corvega. But yeah, this has fixed legendary spawns, and I think you technically get better use out of it. What even is this? Is this a missile launcher? Yeah, okay, this is a missile launcher because it's a fat man. Okay. We're gonna have to break sequence a little bit. The minigun, you get that in Conquered. It's like dog shit. You need a legendary effect on it. I mean, technically the Shredder's really good, but that's not really a gun, is it? That's just a chainsaw. Yeah, you need something like explosive or wounding on this. The dead guy outside Sanctuary have one sawn off? Maybe. I don't actually know all the early game fix positions for things like that. I'm still learning some of them. You learn something new every time you play. It's one of the strengths of Fallout 4. The minigun's dog shit though. You really need a good legendary to turn this into like a good weapon. You need like explosive or wounding. Or staggering or something. And it's really legendary dependent. But like an explosive minigun is one of the better explosive variants. So I'm still going to put it in C. I don't know what this is. I'm going to put it in here. I can't tell what these are. This looks like this is a laser rifle. Oh, laser musket. You get this really quickly, right? I would put it above the minigun. It's unfortunate. They give it to you too early, so they can't have it actually be good. The minigun is great for picking it up and selling it in its ammo. I'm not counting that. The laser musket is an unfortunate case. They tried to give it to you too quickly, so they couldn't actually make it do any damage. It doesn't work. The weird way it works in VATS also doesn't help. every time you do an additional shot, it distributes your charge amongst all the shots, which is really bizarre. It's really funky to use. The recoil is aggravating. Not the recoil, the reload is aggravating. Obviously, it's the Futurama gun. And then, like, it's surprisingly kind of wobbly. It's not perfect in terms of its accuracy. So you can put in all that effort and then just still kind of miss. It also just doesn't deal a lot of damage. Even if you get, like, a 6 crank, it's not that crazy. It's really legendary dependent. You would either want to get that weird one you get for doing the Minutemen questline, or like 2-shot, or something. You'd want to get something for this. But it can work. You do get the laser pistol very quickly after, and I think it's S tier. Helped out immensely by the Righteous Authority. You get this very early after you clear out a synth den, so you have a ton of ammo for it too. The laser pistol, rifle, and automatic can all be very good. You just have to maintain the ammo for it and upgrade it, which I think you can fully upgrade the pistol and automatic variants by like Science 2. So like you can pretty much get this from Dance and go kit it fully out, and it's just like good. Having it be a fixed legendary spawn is also good. The laser rifle might have the most fixed legendary spawns too. There's like the survivor special, the Wazer rifle. There's one you get from Brandis at the Pridwin too. There's 2 never endings that you get for this. I'm trying to think. I could have sworn there was one more. I can't remember right now. Either way, Righteous Authority being like early game and you get it for free because Dance carries you is awesome. Not to mention, and this is one of the few downsides to laser guns, is Fireworks. Oh, do they like hard resist it? I've never noticed. One of the few downsides to can't remember what I was going to say now. Oh, I'm struggling. I cannot remember what I was going to say. Oh, one of the small advantages that laser weapons have over pistols is that you will probably get the bobblehead for laser weapons much faster than pistols. Or energy versus ballistic. So the energy bobblehead is in Fort Hagen, which is like a main quest thing that you're kind of guided to. So it's like it levels with you and it's not that hard to get. Whereas the ballistic weapon version and the heavy gunner version are in gunner territories of Vault 95 and Gunner Plaza. So you have to fight really high level enemies to get those ones, and significantly easier to just go to Fort Hagen for the main story and get that one. Which I think is a genuine advantage, because that's like the single biggest damage boost to the weapon type you get from collectibles. Yeah, laser pistol might be the best in the game so far. This is the Deliverer, which you would get around the time you do this. You also get the Institute pistol from that, right? It's just worse than the laser pistol, but there's quite a few fixed spawns, like Virgil's rifle, and the one you get from Chase and Far Harbor. That might be it. Those are still fixed spawns, though. I'm also just going to admit I'm biased. I really like the blue laser. It looks so much cooler. I just wish the guns were better. They're just strictly worse than the laser pistols. the junk jet get in there, and I'm going to be real and say that I have no clue what this is. I've never used the junk jet once. Like, hear me out. The entire point of Fallout 4 is to pick up junk to build stuff with. Why would I shoot it out of a cannon? Like, just being real. I don't know. Blue ash pile looks cool as well. Yeah, if you combine, like, the Institute pistol with, like, freezing, it's so clean. It's not that good of a weapon, but it's so cool. Syringer rifle. You can get this in Vault 81. I've never used it either. It's, like, too resource intensive to create the ammo. For what? To, like, make a target pissed off? I don't know. Submachine gun. It's pretty bad. There's nothing like killing people with a teddy bear. And that was always the funniest thing in Fallout 3. Was using it to launch teddy bears. But the thing is, in this game, I need to use that teddy bear to upgrade my armor. Submachine gun is really bad. It's like hard carried by the fact that spray and pray exists. Which is enough to put in A tier. But like it's like the worst A tier ever. Like genuinely the automatic pipe pistol is better with explosive than submachine gun. Plus you can pick all the junk again. Yeah, it's like the baseball launcher. But yeah, submachine gun's ass. If you've ever tried to use it without explosive, let me know. It's so bad. I tried to put Furious on this one time, and that didn't really even save it. I tried to put like freezing on it, that didn't work. It's the recoil is terrible. It's so bad. It feels awful to use more than anything. It's not even good in VATS either. What do we have? What is this thing? What is that? I can't tell what that is. Here we go, the combat rifle. Combat rifle's S tier. Overseer's Guardian is fixed spawn, so points for that. A mighty submachine gun. Yeah, 25% damage on 11 damage a shot. I don't know about that one, Chief. It's a better use of your 45 pound for pound than any submachine gun will ever be. It's a decent automatic. It's much better as a 308 for manual fire. If you get the Overseer's Guardian and you want to try and rely on it early on, I would recommend going for light to make it VATS viable. If you rush it, right? But otherwise, it'll just hold up decently. But I feel like it just gets outclassed. Like, if you want to go for the explosive route, you know, the kiloton radium rifle exists. If you want to go for the automatic route, then the assault rifle exists. It feels just kind of in the middle. December's Child would be interesting, but you're never going to get it when it would be useful. It's kind of the problem. It's like locked too far in Far Harbor for you to get it and then like it'd be useful against the type of enemies you're fighting at that point. I don't really know how else to put that. Speaking of, where's the radium rifle? I would say it's just a better combat rifle. It has like an irradiated effect, so it's like sometimes not good against ghouls, but for the most part it's fine. The kiloton radium rifle is a set spawn. It's everything spray and pray wishes it could be. If you get it as a legendary drop outside of Far Harbor, you can actually still fucking use it. That's incredible. I guess I haven't been talking about the designs, have I? I actually adore all of these designs so far. I think the only design that I don't really jive with is, Maybe the junk jet. I kind of like it too. The assault rifle. There is a guaranteed spawn of this in the National Training Guard. Giga S tier. It's like the best automatic weapon in the game. It's definitely the best automatic ballistic weapon, without a doubt. For its base variants. It's obviously outclassed by the handmade rifle because of the fact that the splatter cannon is a guaranteed spawn. But there's no weapon that it feels better to fire as an automatic than an assault rifle. It's got like 0 recoil, 0 spread, it's like perfectly accurate, even with a silencer instead of a muzzle. The only thing that's a downside is that it has really bad VATS usage. But like, it's an automatic, just fire. I would rather have an explosive assault rifle than a kiloton, for sure. But I mean, you just can't manipulate that without mods. Plasma's okay. The plasma just doesn't feel good to use, man. I don't know how else to put it. Like, it always feels like if I use it and it's powerful, then I'm out of ammo for it. And it feels like by the time I get ammo for it, it's not as good as everything else. Recoil is kind of wonky. I don't like how the combat rifle and combat shotgun look exactly the same when you equip them. Where is it? There it is. They have a pretty similar build. I think it was intentional because they're both combat weapons. I mean, I'm sure it was just asset usage to make it easier to build the weapons. I would have definitely preferred if this one had looked more like the Fallout. Actually, I would have preferred if it looked either like the combat shotgun from Fallout 3. Yeah, with the long and then the drum at the end. It kind of can look like this sometimes, but not really. Like the Worn Wood or the Riot shotgun. I prefer both of these, and they're both sort of the same role in their games. Both of these are so much cleaner, and then you have... It's just so underwhelming. It's like so lame. This is like the only one where I kind of get where people come from, where it's like Fallout 4 guns are kind of lame. That's a little better. It's like this weird hybrid of the two that doesn't work. They've got like the drum way back here and then the pump. But then they don't have the drum is forward for the, like, this part. It doesn't look so good. Another thing they ruined is the sound design. Most of the weapons sound fine in the game, but the shotguns sound terrible to use. This is important, okay? This is not getting distracted.
Where today we're going to be taking a look at some problematic weapons. So today we're going to be taking a look at the combat shotgun, its unique variant, and the double barrel shotgun. The double barrel problem.
No, it doesn't have audio. Oh, listen to that sound. It's so good. And then the Fallout 4 one is just like, bam, and it's like shoots. I don't know. It kind of sucks. We got off topic. How good is the combat shotgun? Combat shotgun is one of the best weapons in the game. If you get an explosive shotgun, it's the best weapon in the game. But you don't consistently get that, do you? I'll put it here. I'm gonna put the combat rifle tier lower. No, Overseer's Guardian is really good. I don't know what these are. The liver is S tier. It's unique, so judged by its own merits and it's S tier. Yeah, I can't really go in order very much. There's only so many that are limited to the early game. Kellogg's pistol, the 44 revolver. You can technically get one of these called the Gainer very quickly, which is fire damage, or you can just find one over by like a cap stash next to Red Rocket. But obviously Kellogg's pistol is the one most people know. And it's really good. It's strictly outclassed by the Western revolver, but that's fine. The Western revolver strictly outclasses the 44 point for point, but you won't consistently get a good legendary on it, whereas you'll always have Kellogg's pistol. But unless I'm mistaken, a 2-shot Western is the strongest gunslinger gun in the game. I don't think you can reach higher numbers with any other pistol. You can get I think you can get it to like 500 per shot or something like that. The only problem is it's locked behind Nuclear World and you have to gamble for legendaries. This is the Gatling laser. It's S tier, obviously. If you have an effect that's affecting it to make it do more damage, then you want the rapid fire, probably. And if you have never ending, you probably want the slow fire because it does more damage. Either way, you build it for rapid or slow fire, and it's amazing. Guaranteed never ending spawn. It's a little late, like December's Child, but it's fine. But I mean, yeah, if you just get lucky and it spawns, and GG. One of the only weapons that actually has infinite ammo. You just have to be able to carry 3 fusion cores for it. The railway rifle kind of sucks. So first of all, I've never gotten one of these, like, legitimately without beating the railroad. Like, siding with the railroad and beating the game. And then, like, spikes are rare as fuck. I rarely see them over, like, 10 in a merchant inventory. Which is really bizarre. It's really good as an automatic if you have the ammo, though. If you have the ammo to maintain an automatic. And obviously the aesthetic is, like, top tier for this. I like it more than the bolt action or shotgun. The sniper, it's better than all of them, too. Lever action is pretty bad. I like the look of it quite a bit, but it's too slow. It doesn't do a lot of damage. It's just, none of the non-semi-autos ever seem to justify being not semi-auto, if that makes sense. Like the bolt action, the double barrel, well, for the most part, the, like, sniper rifle, the lever action. They're not, the musket, they're not semi-auto, but there's not, like, a significant upside to that. That's one of the few areas I think this game just, like, kind of badly designed. Is, like, in New Vegas, when you use, a not semi-auto, it does a lot more damage, you know? Like, the marksman carbine is pretty good, but it just, pound for pound, is not doing the same damage a hunting rifle is. And a hunting rifle is not a late-game weapon. You know, like, a marksman is a pretty late-game semi-auto. It's really bizarre. I have no clue why this is. I'm guessing they didn't want to make not semi-autos overpowered, but they couldn't make semi-autos weak. A railroad rifle appears in one of the train cars in the Ghoul station just north of Starlight Drive-In, but only when you reach a certain level. Not too high, though. So yeah, I've just never Goldilocks it, I guess. Like, the lever actions, the bolt actions, the double barrels, laser muskets, they all come with the fact that there's no way to make them automatic without very weird things. So they had the freedom to make them as strong as they wanted in exchange for that, but they didn't. If anything, these are almost weaker pound for pound than, like, most of the semi-autos. It's so weird. A Soltron head is like straight up bad. It irradiates you and it's weak. Shout out to I think Frog Woman. Can you beat Fallout 4 with only radiation? I think they had to start relying on this to activate Ghoulish. Another automatron weapon, the Tesla rifle, is like the most mid weapon in existence. If you fight a group of people, it's awesome, but otherwise it's like entirely dependent on doing group damage. It's a shame it can't have legendary effects in vanilla, because this really benefits from something like Never Ending or VATS Enhanced. The harpoon gun, you really want to get a Never Ending, otherwise it's really bad. But yeah, if you get a Never Ending, GG. It's a really strong weapon. It's just yeah, you have to reload after every shot, and it's really slow. And I mean, like, aesthetically, who does not want to shoot a harpoon through some random guy? I know that everyone has that thought with like the Fat Man and like the Broadsider or whatever, but it's like actually feasible to carry around harpoons. And it's every bit as cool to impale someone with a harpoon. Like, historically the Fat Man is not a very good weapon because it's not efficient, but like this is actually efficient and silly goofy. Speaking of, obviously, big damage. We love the aesthetic. The Merv launcher is cool. But they're too heavy. Low-key, I kind of fucking hate the missile launcher, though. I've got, like, PTSD from it. Because, like, you know, maybe two people, like, the guy at Zamanja and the guy at Quincy have the Fat Man, and the guy at Libertalia. But those are, like, pretty... You know, you get what they're going for, but there's just a ton of fucking random mutants that have missile launchers. And I'm sick of it. I hate it. The Flamer is bad. I've tried to use it before. No, it's worse. Yeah, the Flamer might be the worst weapon in the game, low-key. Horribly ammo inefficient, rare ammo, super heavy, doesn't do any damage. Kind of sucks. That means this is the Gauss Rifle. So the Gauss Rifle doesn't at all fulfill like the same role as the old Gauss Rifles, but I don't really care. I like this one for what it is, and if they just called it something else, no one would care. I really like the charge to fire mechanic. A few other guns kind of try to like mimic that a little bit, like the Tesla one, but it doesn't work. But like this one, the charge time is just right. It's perfectly enough to where if you charge it, it's like you earned the extra power. But it's not too easy or too punishing either way. And I like that it just does its uncharged damage in VATS. I also think you can manipulate it to do full damage in VATS by charging it, then activating VATS, and critting. Or just landing the shot. And then there's a guaranteed Gauss Rifle sold by Ronnie Shaw, so it's got a guaranteed spawn too. The only downside is that the ammo is super rare, and the ammo is really hard to make at a manufacturing plant. It's super expensive too, and it's really heavy. I mean, it's like the best sniper in the game, and it's still a semi-auto. Like, what were they doing? You know? Like, why is the best sniper in the game a semi-auto? They just had some weird fixation with letting you always be semi-auto, I guess. Gamma gun? It's pretty bad. I've gotten one that was automatic before. That was pretty good, but it kind of needs that, I guess. Alien Blaster? I've never gotten one of these, like, early enough to judge. But he just felt like a worse laser pistol. I don't know what these are. I'm assuming this is the broadsider, which I've never used. What is this? Is this supposed to be like an unmodded variant of the Deliver, like a normal version? Yeah, I don't think this is gonna turn into anything. This is a bad list. Operator's rifle is pretty good as a sniper, really fast rate of fire. That's what I'm saying. Why are all the good sniper rifles semi-auto? Like, I'm not talking about from a realism perspective. I mean from a gameplay balance perspective. Like, the fact that the Gauss rifle is, like, probably the Gauss rifle and the anti-material rifles were the respective tops of their types in New Vegas made sense because you got that slow-ass fucking bolt that you gotta crank on that AMR to the point to where it's actually faster if you have rapid reload to just reload the gun than to bolt it. Which is fucking funny. Or you've got the Gauss rifle where every shot is a reload, so you have to reload, so rapid reload is useful. Those are the most strong weapons. Like, semi-autos can compare in DPS, but not damage. But, like, in this game, the best snipers are just semi-autos. It's like, what's the point? Shout out to the nail gun, by the way. The nail gun got added with the Creation Club. It's actually, like, one of the funnest weapons to use ever. It's more or less just, it's more or less just a modded 10 mil, to be honest, but, like, I don't care. It's so fun. I have to go for today. It was a fun stream. Goodbye. I don't know if I'll be alive again tomorrow or not. Hope you have a good one.